Hello guys, welcome to Potter Studio. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry awakened the old magic at age 11 and became the absolute ruler of Hogwarts? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Castle Wakes. The letter had arrived on a Tuesday, carried by an owl that refused to leave until Harry had torn open the envelope with trembling fingers. 3 days later, a giant of a man had knocked down the Dursleys' door, literally knocked it off its hinges, and told Harry he was a wizard. Now Harry sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, watching the Scottish Highlands roll past in sheets of grey rain, and wondered if he was dreaming. He had to be dreaming. Things like this didn't happen to Harry Potter. Harry Potter slept in a cupboard under the stairs. Harry Potter wore Dudley's cast-off clothes and got blamed for everything that went wrong in the Dursley household. Harry Potter was nobody, less than nobody. He was the unwanted orphan, the burden, the freak. Freaks didn't get magic wands and acceptance letters to ancient schools of witchcraft. And yet, he touched the wand in his pocket, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, according to the strange old man who'd sold it to him. The wood was warm under his fingers, and something hummed through it when he held it just right. Something that felt like coming home. Anything from the trolley, dear? Harry startled. An elderly witch stood in the doorway, pushing a cart laden with sweets and packages he'd never seen before. He hesitated. The Dursleys had never given him money. But Hagrid had taken him to a vault filled with gold, and some of those coins now weighed down his pocket. He bought a bit of everything. The compartment door slid open again 20 minutes later, revealing a round-faced boy with watery eyes and a look of barely contained panic. "Sorry," the boy said. "Have you seen a toad?" "Only I've lost him, and Gran's going to kill me." "Haven't seen one." Harry gestured at the seat across from him. "Want some help looking?" The boy's face transformed with gratitude. "Would you?" "I'm Neville, by the way." "Neville Longbottom." "Harry Potter." Neville's eyes went wide. He stared at Harry's forehead, then seemed to catch himself and looked away, flushing red. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, everyone talks about you, you know." "I mean, not everyone, but, it's fine." It wasn't, really. Harry had discovered in Diagon Alley that he was famous for something he didn't remember, couldn't have controlled, and which had cost him his parents. But Neville's embarrassment was so genuine that Harry found himself smiling. "Let's find your toad." They searched 3 compartments before a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth practically accosted them in the corridor. "Have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "That's me," Neville said miserably. "Oh. Well, I've been asking around, and someone said they saw it heading toward the front of the train." The girl studied Harry with frank curiosity. "I'm Hermione Granger. I've read all about the wizarding world, you know. My parents are dentists, they're muggles, so I had to learn everything from books. I've memorized all our textbooks already." "Have you? What house do you think you'll be in?" "I'm hoping for Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw would be acceptable." "What's your name?" Harry blinked. He'd never met anyone who talked so fast. "Harry Potter," he said. Hermione's eyes went round as galleons. "Are you really? I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Have you?" Harry's voice came out flat. He didn't know how he felt about being in history books. It seemed wrong, somehow. He hadn't done anything. He'd just survived. Hermione must have heard something in his tone, because she hesitated, something Harry suspected she didn't do often. "I suppose that must be strange," she said, more quietly. "Having people know about you when you don't know them." "A bit, yeah. Well." She straightened, businesslike. "We should find that toad." "Neville, you take the left side. Harry, the right. I'll check under seats. I learned a summoning charm, though we're not meant to do magic outside school, but I suppose the train counts as school property, don't you think? They found Trevor the Toad hiding in a toilet 3 compartments up. Neville clutched the creature to his chest like it might vanish if he let go, and Hermione looked quietly satisfied with her organizational skills. You should change into your robes, she told them. I expect we'll be arriving soon. She was right. 20 minutes later, the train began to slow. The boats were small and creaky, and the giant squid brushed against their hull once in a way that made Neville nearly drop Trevor again. But Harry barely noticed. His attention was fixed on the castle. Hogwarts rose from a cliff face like something out of a fever dream, towers and turrets and glowing windows reflected in the black water below. It looked impossible, the kind of thing that shouldn't exist outside of fairy tales. Harry's scar prickled. He rubbed it absently, frowning. It had been hurting on and off since he'd entered the wizarding world, little flashes of pain that came and went without pattern. Hagrid had said it was probably nothing to worry about. Harry wasn't sure he believed that. The boats docked at an underground harbor, and a severe-looking witch with a tight bun and spectacles led them up endless flights of stairs. Professor McGonagall, she said her name was. Deputy Headmistress. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly, she told them. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the hat on your head. The hat will determine your house. That's it, someone whispered. Just a hat. McGonagall's lips thinned. The sorting hat has never been wrong in 1,000 years. I suggest you trust its judgment. She swept away, leaving 40-odd 11-year-olds to stare at each other in varying states of terror. My brother said it hurts, muttered a red-haired boy nearby. Fred said we had to fight a troll. George said we had to recite the 12 uses of dragon's blood backward. I'm sure it's not that bad, Hermione said, though she was wringing her hands. Harry said nothing. His scar had started to burn. The doors opened. The great hall was everything the entrance had promised and more. Candles floated overhead in their hundreds, casting warm light over 4 long tables packed with students. The ceiling showed a night sky thick with stars. Hermione whispered something about enchantments, and at the far end, a table of adults watched their procession with expressions ranging from welcoming to bored to sharply calculating. Harry's eyes found an old man in the center, robed in purple with a beard that reached his waist. Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen his face on a chocolate frog card in the train. The old man's gaze met Harry's. Something flickered in those blue eyes, surprise, maybe. Or recognition. Or something else entirely. Harry looked away. Professor McGonagall set a stool in front of the head table and placed an ancient, battered hat upon it. The hat's brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry didn't hear the words. His blood was pounding in his ears, and his scar felt like someone had pressed a hot coal to his forehead. He gripped Neville's arm without meaning to. Harry. Neville whispered. You all right? Fine. The word came out through gritted teeth. The song ended. Applause scattered through the hall. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward and jammed the hat on her head. A pause, and then, Hufflepuff. One of the tables erupted in cheers. The sorting continued. Harry watched students disappear under the hat's brim and emerge with new identities: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. Hermione became a Gryffindor and practically skipped to her table. Neville followed after a long pause, looking shocked that the hat had chosen the brave house for him. Malfoy, Draco. A pale boy with a pointed face sauntered to the stool. The hat had barely touched his hair before it screamed, Slytherin, and the boy smirked as he made his way to the green and silver table. Potter, Harry. Silence. Then whispers, spreading through the hall like wildfire. Potter? The Potter? Harry Potter's here. Where's the scar? Can you see it? Harry walked to the stool. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. The pain behind his scar had intensified to the point where he could barely think, and there was something else now too, a pressure in his chest, a weight that seemed to grow with every step he took toward the head table. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes. Darkness. And then, well. The voice was inside his head, dry and ancient and amused. Harry Potter. I've been waiting for this for a very long time. Harry gripped the edges of the stool. You have? Oh, yes. You're quite the puzzle, you know. Courage, certainly, you've had to be brave your whole life, haven't you? And cleverness, though you hide it. Loyalty to those who earn it. Ambition buried so deep you've forgotten it exists. I don't, hush. The hat's voice sharpened. Something's happening. Something I haven't felt in, the hat stopped. And then the world ended. That was what it felt like, anyway. Power slammed through Harry like a physical force, lifting him off the stool and suspending him in midair. The hat flew from his head, and he had a split-second impression of chaos, screaming students, overturned benches, professors scrambling to their feet, before light exploded behind his eyes and he couldn't see anything at all. But he could feel. He could feel the stones beneath his feet, though his feet weren't touching them. He could feel the wards wrapped around the castle like a second skin, ancient protections layered so thick they'd become almost sentient. He could feel the lake and the forest and the grounds, feel the creatures moving through them, feel the magic that soaked every inch of this place. And beneath it all, old and vast and aware, he felt something wake up. Who are you? The voice wasn't the hat. It wasn't a voice at all, it was knowing, pure and direct, pressing against Harry's mind with the weight of mountains. Who am I? Harry thought, bewildered. I'm nobody. I'm just, no. The presence wrapped around him, through him, into spaces Harry hadn't known existed. It found his memories, the cupboard, the hunger, the loneliness, the desperate hope that someday, somehow, things would be different, and it understood them in ways no human could. You are what we have waited for. What does that mean? You are the one who needs. Truly needs. Not wants, needs. A home. Protection. Belonging. Harry's throat tightened. He couldn't have spoken if he'd tried. And your soul, the presence continued, is unmarked by darkness. You have been hurt, but you have not become hurtful. You have been powerless, but you have not craved power for its own sake. You have been alone, but you have not closed yourself to love. I don't understand. You will. The presence surged, and suddenly Harry could see. Not the great hall. Something else. Something older. He saw 4 figures standing on a windswept hilltop, their robes whipping in a gale. A woman with dark hair and fierce eyes. A man built like a bear, laughing at the storm. A slender figure with a serpent's grace and silver tongue. A small woman whose eyes held more wisdom than the other 3 combined. The founders. He knew without knowing how. They were arguing about something. A building? No, a vessel. A way to contain what they'd gathered. We cannot control this, the serpent-voiced one was saying. Magic of this magnitude, we don't need to control it, the fierce woman snapped. We need to give it a home. You're both wrong. The wise one stepped forward. We don't give it anything. We offer. And we hope it accepts. The scene shifted. Harry saw the castle being built, not by hands, but by will. Magic flowed from the founders like rivers, joining and merging, calling stone from the earth and wood from the forest. The old magic answered their call, settling into the structure like a soul into a body. But it was incomplete. There must be a guardian, the bear man said. Someone to speak for the castle when we're gone. If we're gone, the serpent corrected. This place will make us immortal. Nothing is immortal. The wise one again, sad now. And the guardian cannot be chosen. They must be found. The magic will know. When? The fierce woman demanded. When someone worthy walks through our doors. Another shift. Harry saw centuries pass in heartbeats. He saw students and teachers, wars and peace, changes and constants. He saw the sorting hat created as a temporary measure, a way to categorize students until the true guardian arrived. He saw headmasters come and go, each one touching the edge of something vast and never quite grasping it. He saw Dumbledore, young and auburn-haired, standing in the headmaster's office for the first time. The old magic stirred toward him, tested him, and found him wanting. Not evil. Not unworthy. Just, wrong. Too much calculation. Too much certainty that he knew best. The magic retreated, and Dumbledore never knew how close he'd come. And then, now, the presence said. Harry snapped back to himself. He was floating 3 feet off the ground in the middle of the great hall, and every eye was fixed on him. The floating candles had formed a spiral overhead, swirling like a galaxy. The enchanted ceiling showed not stars but symbols, ancient runes that shifted and changed too fast to read. The sorting hat lay on the floor, smoking slightly. What, Professor McGonagall breathed, in Merlin's name, the old magic. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos. The headmaster had risen from his seat, his face pale beneath his beard. It's chosen. After all this time. Chosen. Professor Snape, Harry recognized him from descriptions Hagrid had given, stepped forward, black robes billowing. Chosen what? What is happening to the boy? Not to him. Dumbledore's eyes hadn't left Harry. Through him. The castle, he stopped. The stones of the great hall began to glow. It started at the edges, a soft golden luminescence that spread like dawn breaking. The light crawled up walls and across floors, illuminating cracks and crevices that had been dark for centuries. Where it touched, the stone seemed to breathe. And then the castle spoke. Not in words. In feeling. In knowing. Every person in the great hall, student, teacher, ghost, felt it. A presence vast and old and utterly, unmistakably alive, pressing against their minds with gentle but irresistible force. He is ours, the castle said. And we are his. Harry's feet touched the ground. The light faded. Silence rang louder than any scream. Harry stood in a circle of empty space, everyone had pushed back from him when the light began, and no one seemed willing to close the gap. His robes were smoking faintly, like the hat. His scar had stopped hurting. Actually, for the first time he could remember, nothing hurt at all. Well, Harry said, and was surprised to find his voice steady. That was unexpected. Someone laughed, a high, hysterical giggle that cut off abruptly. A girl at the Ravenclaw table fainted. Professor McGonagall looked like she might join her. Dumbledore moved first. The old wizard descended from the head table, his purple robe swishing against the stone floor. The crowd parted for him automatically. When he reached Harry, he stopped just outside the empty circle, studying the boy with an expression Harry couldn't read. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Do you understand what just happened? Harry considered the question. He knew things now. Things he hadn't known 5 minutes ago. He knew where every secret passage in the castle led. He knew the names of the house elves in the kitchen and the password to every common room. He knew that the suits of armor could move if asked, that the portraits were bound by rules even they had forgotten, that the wards around the school could stop almost anything if properly directed. He knew that this place, this impossible, magical, beautiful place, was his. Not in the way a child might claim a toy, or a lord might claim a manor. Deeper than that. I think so, Harry said slowly. Sir, am I in trouble? Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. Harry caught it without meaning to, the way he now caught everything that happened within these walls, a flash of frustration, quickly suppressed, followed by calculation, followed by a careful mask of grandfatherly concern. Of course not, my boy. Dumbledore's voice was warm. Practiced. But perhaps we should continue this conversation somewhere more private. The hospital wing, I think, you've had quite a shock. Harry's newfound awareness prickled. The castle didn't like that suggestion. It didn't trust Dumbledore, not completely, not with its new master, and it was whispering warnings that Harry felt more than heard. He wants to understand you before you understand yourself. He wants the advantage. Harry filed that away. All right, he said. But, the sorting. I never finished. I think, Professor McGonagall said, her voice only slightly unsteady, that we can dispense with the formalities. The hat touched your head, Mr. Potter. I suspect your placement is rather moot. Not entirely. The hat's voice made everyone jump. It was still lying on the floor, brim down, but its voice carried clearly. The castle may have claimed him, but he's still a student. He still needs somewhere to sleep. He could have his own, someone started. No. Harry surprised himself by speaking. I want to be normal. As normal as I can be, anyway. Pick a house for me. Please. The hat somehow managed to convey a smile. Spoken like a true Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, ragged, uncertain cheers, but cheers nonetheless. Someone grabbed Harry and pulled him toward an empty seat. He found himself wedged between a pair of identical red-haired boys who were staring at him with identical expressions of delighted shock. That, one of them said, was the single most amazing thing I've ever seen. Better than when Dumbledore turned Peeves purple, the other agreed. Better than when the squid ate Professor Binns' lecture notes. I'm Fred, by the way. George. Welcome to Gryffindor. Thanks, Harry managed. Across the table, Hermione was watching him with an expression that mixed awe with intense curiosity. I've never read about anything like that, she said. The old magic, I thought. It was just legend. Superstition. But you, that was, brilliant, Neville finished softly. He was sitting next to Hermione, Trevor the Toad clutched forgotten in his lap. Scary, but brilliant. Harry almost smiled. His first day, and he'd already found people who wanted to sit next to him. People who looked at him like he was something other than a burden or a freak. At the head table, Dumbledore began to speak, the start of term announcements, something about a forbidden corridor, but Harry wasn't listening. His attention had caught on something else. A man at the far end of the staff table, wearing a purple turban wrapped around his head. He was watching Harry with a fixed intensity that made the castle's warnings flare. That one, the castle whispered. There is something wrong with that one. Harry studied the man, Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts, new this year, and felt a cold thread of unease wind through his chest. The man's eyes met his. Pain lanced through Harry's scar. Not the dull ache he'd felt before. Real pain, sharp and vicious, centered precisely on that lightning bolt mark. Harry gasped, gripping the edge of the table, and the pain vanished as quickly as it had come. Quirrell looked away. Something rides him, the castle said. Something dark. Something old. Not as old as us, but old enough. Be wary. Harry exhaled slowly. I will. Around him, the feast had appeared, platters of food covering every inch of the tables, more food than Harry had ever seen in his life. Students were eating and talking and studiously not staring at him, though he could feel their attention like a physical weight. He reached for a chicken leg. Took a bite. It was delicious. And beneath his feet, deep in the foundations, the castle hummed with contentment. Its sovereign had come home. The Gryffindor common room was warm and crowded and utterly overwhelming. Students packed every available surface, and a significant number of them were pretending not to watch Harry's every move. He'd been given a bed in the first-year boys' dormitory, standard accommodations, the same as everyone else, and had spent 10 minutes staring at the crimson hangings and wondering if this was really his life now. Magic. A castle that talked to him. Fame he didn't want and power he didn't understand. And somewhere in this school, a professor with something dark clinging to his soul. Harry sat on his bed, curtains drawn, and tried to think. The castle's awareness was always there now, a low hum at the back of his mind. He could tune into it if he concentrated, see through the eyes of portraits, feel the pressure of feet on distant staircases, track the movement of every person within these walls. It was overwhelming if he focused too hard, so he kept his attention light, skimming the surface. Dumbledore was in his office, pacing. The Sorting Hat sat on a shelf nearby, and the headmaster kept glancing at it as if expecting it to speak. Snape was in the dungeons, brewing something that smelled acidic even through the castle's distant senses. Quirrell was in his quarters on the 3rd floor, and the castle's awareness slid off him like water off oil. Whatever was wrong with the man, it resisted observation. And far below, in caverns that Harry hadn't known existed, something stirred in response to his attention. A door. Ancient and massive and sealed with magic so old it had calcified into something almost physical. Harry's awareness recoiled from it instinctively. "What is that?" he asked the castle. A long pause. "We do not know," the castle admitted. "It was here before us. The founders built around it. We were meant to guard it." "Guard it from what?" "From opening." Harry's stomach twisted. Has anyone ever tried? Many. None succeeded. But lately. The castle's awareness shuddered. Something pushes from the other side. It grows stronger. Why are you telling me this? Because you asked. Because you need to know. Because this is why we waited. Harry lay back on his pillow and stared at the canopy above. He was 11 years old. 3 weeks ago, his biggest concern had been whether Dudley would remember to trip him on the way to school. Now he was bound to a sentient castle, hunted by something dark wearing a professor's face, and apparently standing guard over a door that something wanted to open. He should be terrified. He was, a little. But mostly he felt something else. Something he hadn't felt in years, maybe ever. Purpose. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he was supposed to be. He woke to screaming. Not real screaming, the dormitory was quiet, his roommates asleep in their beds. But the castle was screaming, a silent alarm that jolted Harry upright and sent his heart racing. Someone is coming, the castle warned. Someone is already here. Harry grabbed his glasses and shoved them on. The common room? No, the headmaster's staircase. 3 figures ascending, their wand light casting sharp shadows on spiral stairs. Who? Ministry. They came through the flue. Dumbledore let them. Harry swung out of bed. He was still wearing his robes, he hadn't bothered to change, and his wand was on the nightstand. He grabbed it and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty, the fire burned to embers. Portraits watched him pass with knowing eyes. Young sovereign, one whispered. A medieval knight, silver armor gleaming. Do you ride to battle? I don't know yet. Harry kept moving. Can you tell me more about the people in the castle? Ministry officials, another portrait said, a woman in Tudor dress, jewels heavy at her throat. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary. Rufus Scrimgeour, Head of the Auror Office. What do they want? You, I expect. The knight's visor dropped, obscuring his face. The ministry has wanted control of Hogwarts for centuries. Your awakening gives them an excuse. Harry's jaw tightened. The castle won't let them take it. No. The woman's painted eyes met his. But they don't know that yet. Harry climbed through the portrait hole and stepped into the corridor beyond. The castle guided him, not directions, exactly, but a knowing. A certainty about which turns to take, which stairs to climb. He was halfway to the headmaster's office when he felt someone following him. He stopped. Turned. Hermione Granger stood 10 feet behind him, wrapped in a dressing gown, her hair even bushier than usual from sleep. "You felt it too," she said. It wasn't a question. Felt what? The castle. It woke me up. She moved closer, studying him with that intense curiosity he'd already come to recognize. "Is that normal? I shouldn't be able to feel anything, I've only been here a few hours, but I heard it. Warning you." Harry considered lying. Decided against it. "I don't know what's normal," he admitted. "I don't think any of this is normal." "No." Hermione almost smiled. "I suppose not. Where are you going?" "The headmaster's office. The ministry's here." "The ministry?" Her eyes widened. "Already? But it's only been, we haven't even had breakfast yet." "I know." Harry started walking again. "You should go back to bed." "Absolutely not." She fell into step beside him. "I'm coming with you. It might be dangerous." "Then you definitely shouldn't go alone." She lifted her chin. "I'm not useless, you know. I've read all our textbooks, and I learned 12 different spells on the train, and I believe you." Harry found himself smiling despite the circumstances. "Come on, then. But stay behind me if things get weird." "Things are already weird." "Weirder, then." They climbed. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office didn't ask for a password. It simply looked at Harry, bowed its stone head, and leapt aside. The spiral staircase beyond carried them upward without prompting. Hermione's eyes were wide as galleons. "It knows you," she whispered. "Everything in this castle knows you. I think that's the idea." The door at the top was closed, but Harry could hear voices beyond. Heated voices. "Simply unacceptable, Dumbledore. A child cannot have authority over a magical institution of this magnitude. I quite agree it's unprecedented, Minister. However, the magic has spoken. There is little either of us can do. Don't give me that mystic nonsense. This is clearly some form of dark ritual, some plot to undermine ministry authority. I want the boy examined by professionals, and I want," Harry pushed open the door. Four adults turned to face him. Dumbledore, behind his desk, looking unsurprised. A man in pinstriped robes with a lime green bowler hat, Fudge, Harry presumed. A squat woman in pink who reminded Harry unpleasantly of Aunt March. And a grizzled wizard with a mane of tawny hair and an eye patch, whose hand had moved toward his wand the moment the door opened. "Ah," Dumbledore said mildly. "Harry. We were just discussing you. I noticed." Harry stepped into the office. Hermione slipped in behind him, trying to look invisible. "I felt the wards when you came through the floor. The castle doesn't like strangers in the headmaster's quarters after midnight." Fudge's face reddened. "Now see here, boy, Minister." Scrimgeour's voice was calm, assessing. "Let's not antagonize him before we understand what we're dealing with." "Dealing with?" The pink woman's voice was high and sweet and utterly false. "We're dealing with a child, Rufus. An orphan, raised by muggles, with no understanding of proper wizarding society. Whatever happened tonight, it's clearly a result of accidental magic, and the appropriate response is containment and study until, Dolores." Dumbledore's voice remained mild, but something shifted in his eyes. "Harry is a student at my school. He will not be contained." "Your school?" Fudge sputtered. "Hogwarts is a national institution, Dumbledore. It belongs to the people of magical Britain, and if some freak occurrence has compromised its security, the torches on the walls flared. The floor trembled. Every portrait in the office burst into motion, shouting protests and objections, and from deep within the castle, something rumbled like distant thunder. Fudge went white. The castle, Harry said quietly, doesn't like that word. What word? Freak. Harry's voice didn't waver. I've been called that my whole life. The people who were supposed to take care of me after my parents died, they called me that every day. They locked me in a cupboard. They told me I was worthless, wrong, unwanted. He met Fudge's eyes. The castle knows what it's like to be dismissed. To be underestimated. To have people who don't understand you try to control you. He stepped forward, and the floor stopped trembling, the torches dimmed to normal, and an absolute silence fell. I'm not going to be studied. I'm not going to be contained. And I'm not going to let anyone use this place as a weapon or a prize. You're 11 years old, Umbridge said flatly. You can't possibly, the magic chose him. Scrimgeour cut her off. He was studying Harry with something that might have been respect, or might have been the assessment of one predator sizing up another. The old magic. I thought it was legend, but if the castle truly answered to this boy. It's unprecedented, Dumbledore said. But not unwelcome. Hogwarts has been restless in recent years. I've felt it. The wards have required constant attention, the magic has grown unstable. Tonight, everything aligned. The protections are stronger than they've been in centuries. And the boy controls them. Fudge demanded. An 11-year-old has absolute power over the wards of Hogwarts. Not absolute, Harry said. The castle makes its own decisions. He searched for the right words. I speak for it. And it speaks to me. This is madness. Umbridge's sweetness had curdled into something uglier. Minister, we cannot allow this situation to continue. The implications for ministry oversight, for educational standards, for the safety of children, the children are safer now than they've been in 1,000 years. Harry's voice rang clear. The castle knows every threat inside its walls. It knows who belongs and who doesn't. It knows, he stopped. His eyes found Dumbledore. The old wizard's face had gone carefully blank. He suspects, the castle whispered. He feels what you feel. The wrongness on the 3rd floor. He knows what rides the professor. And he hasn't done anything about it. He has plans. He always has plans. But his plans rarely account for others having plans of their own. Harry filed that away, too. The children are safe, he repeated, more quietly. That's what matters, isn't it? That's why you're here, to make sure the students are protected. Fudge blustered something about proper channels and ministerial authority. Umbridge launched into a speech about regulatory frameworks. But Scrimgeour just watched Harry with those calculating eyes, and after a long moment, he nodded. The boy's right, he said. For now, at least. If the wards are stable and the students are safe, there's no immediate crisis. We can revisit this in the morning, when everyone's had some sleep. But, Umbridge started. In the morning, Dolores. Scrimgeour's tone brooked no argument. Minister, I recommend we accept the headmaster's hospitality for the night and return to this discussion with clear heads. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue. Then he looked at Harry, at the torches that flickered when the boy's expression changed, at the portraits that watched with protective intensity, at the ancient stones that seemed to breathe, and his face went pale again. Yes, he said weakly. Perhaps that would be best. Dumbledore rose, all graciousness. I'll have the house elves prepare guest quarters. Harry, Miss Granger, you should return to your dormitory. We have much to discuss in the morning. Professor. Harry met those ancient blue eyes squarely. I'll expect an honest conversation. No tests. No manipulations. If you want to understand what happened, I'll tell you what I know. But only if you do the same. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, that same frustration, quickly suppressed. Of course, Harry. I would expect nothing less. Harry nodded once, then turned and walked out. Hermione followed, wide-eyed and silent, until they were 3 corridors away. Then she exploded. That was incredible. You stood up to the Minister for Magic. And that Umbridge woman, did you see her face when the torches flared? She looked like she'd swallowed a toad. And Scrimgeour, I've read about him, he's supposed to be terrifying, but you made him actually listen, and, Hermione. She stopped mid-breath. Yes. Thank you for coming with me. She blinked, clearly thrown off balance. I didn't do anything. You were there. Harry shrugged, suddenly awkward. I've never really had that before. Someone who would just be there. Hermione's expression softened. Well, you have it now. Whatever this is, whatever's happening, I want to understand it. And you're the only one who can explain. They walked in silence for a moment. The castle showed me things, Harry said quietly. When the magic chose me. History. Memories. I saw the founders building this place. I saw centuries of students and teachers. And I saw Dumbledore. What about him? The magic tested him. Years ago, when he first became headmaster. It considered choosing him, and decided not to. Hermione's breath caught. Why not? I don't know exactly. Something about, too much certainty. Too much confidence that he knew the right answer. Harry frowned. He's not evil. I don't think he's even bad. But he's used to being the one in control. And the magic didn't trust him with that. But it trusts you. I think so. Harry touched the wall as they walked, feeling the stone warm beneath his fingers. I hope so, anyway. They reached the portrait of the fat lady. She looked at them with knowing eyes. Long night, young sovereign. You could say that. Rest, then. You'll need it. She swung open without asking for a password. The castle will watch while you sleep. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, Hermione behind him. The common room was still empty, the fire cold now, but the room felt warm anyway. Safe. Home. Good night, Harry, Hermione whispered. Good night. She disappeared up the girls' staircase. Harry stood alone for a long moment, feeling the castle's awareness wrapped around him like a blanket. What happens tomorrow? He asked silently. The game begins, the castle answered. They will try to use you. Control you. Understand you so they can predict you. And if they can't, then they will fear you. Harry climbed the stairs to his dormitory. His roommates were still asleep, oblivious to everything that had happened. He slid into bed and closed his eyes. I don't want to be feared. No, the castle agreed. But you will be. It is the price of power. What if I don't want power either? A long pause. Then you would not have been chosen. Sleep now, young sovereign. Tomorrow will be complicated. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to say that he was just a kid who'd slept in a cupboard, that he didn't know how to be what everyone seemed to think he was, that this was all too much too fast. But exhaustion pulled at him, and the castle hummed its ancient lullaby, and somewhere in the darkness behind his eyes, he found peace. For now, he was home. That would have to be enough. He woke to sunlight and shouting. Absolute madness. Malfoy's already sent 3 owls, the Prophet's printing a special edition, and Fudge is down there demanding to speak to Potter before breakfast. Harry opened his eyes. Professor McGonagall stood in the dormitory doorway, her expression somewhere between furious and deeply concerned. Behind her, a crowd of Gryffindors was trying very hard to see past her into the room. I'm awake, Harry said, sitting up. I can see that, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice softened marginally. I apologize for the intrusion, but circumstances require your presence in the Great Hall. The headmaster has called an emergency assembly. What kind of emergency? The kind where half the Wizengamot is threatening to descend on Hogwarts before lunch if someone doesn't provide answers. Harry found his glasses and stood. What do they want to know? Everything. McGonagall's lips thinned. Who you are. What you are. Whether you pose a threat to students. Whether the castle can still be controlled if you decide to, how did Lucius Malfoy phrase it, go dark. I'm 11. Yes. That fact seems to be providing remarkably little comfort. She stepped aside, clearing the doorway. Get dressed. Quickly. And Potter, Harry paused. Whatever happens down there, remember that you are a student at Hogwarts first. A child. Whatever else the magic has made you, that hasn't changed. Harry nodded slowly. But as he pulled on his robes and followed McGonagall through the portrait hole, the castle's awareness brushed against his mind. She means well, it said. But she's wrong. You stopped being just a child the moment we bonded. What am I, then? Something new. The castle's presence felt almost amused. Something this world hasn't seen in a very long time. Is that good or bad? Yes, the castle said, and offered nothing more. The great hall was packed. Not just students, though all 4 tables were full, breakfast abandoned as every eye tracked Harry's entrance. The head table held the full complement of professors, plus Fudge and his contingent. And standing along the walls, dressed in formal robes that screamed old money and political power, were at least 24 witches and wizards Harry didn't recognize. The Board of Governors, McGonagall murmured. Plus several Wizengamot members who happened to be in the area. Harry almost laughed. Happened? Indeed. A man at the center of the gathered politicians stepped forward as Harry approached. He was tall and pale, with white blonde hair pulled back from a pointed face, and he carried a silver-handled cane that practically dripped with self-importance. Harry Potter. His voice was cultured, smooth, and utterly sincere in a way that felt completely false. I am Lucius Malfoy, chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. On behalf of the board, I would like to formally welcome you to our institution, and to express our profound interest in last night's events. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Harry kept his voice neutral. The castle was feeding him information, Malfoy's voting record, his connections, the strings he pulled and the people he controlled. I understand you have questions. A great many, I'm afraid. Malfoy's smile didn't reach his eyes. The board has grave concerns about an unknown magical phenomenon binding itself to a child. Concerns about safety, stability, and the proper governance of this school. I share those concerns, Harry said. That caught Malfoy off guard. His mask slipped for just a moment. You do. Of course. Harry moved past him, toward the head table. The crowd parted automatically, not because they wanted to, but because something in them responded to his presence without conscious thought. I didn't ask for this. I don't fully understand it. And I certainly don't want anyone to be unsafe because of something I can't control. He stopped in front of Dumbledore's chair. The headmaster watched him with an expression of careful neutrality. That's why I'm proposing a compromise, Harry continued, turning to face the room. The castle has accepted me as its, he hesitated. Sovereign felt too arrogant. Master felt too cold. Its guardian. I can't change that, and neither can anyone else. But I'm still a student. I still have classes to attend, homework to do, friends to make. His eyes found Hermione in the crowd. She was watching him with fierce intensity. I don't want to rule anything. I just want to learn magic and figure out who I am. So here's what I'll offer, transparency. Once a week, I'll meet with the Board of Governors and anyone else who needs to understand what the old magic is and what it means. I'll answer questions honestly. I'll explain what I can and admit what I can't. And in return. Malfoy's voice was sharp. In return, no one tries to remove me from the school, study me like a specimen, or treat me as a threat until I've actually done something threatening. Harry met the man's eyes squarely. I'm 11 years old. I've been a wizard for less than a month. All I want is a chance to learn. Is that really so unreasonable? Silence. Then Augusta Longbottom stepped forward. Neville's grandmother was a formidable woman, tall, stern-faced, wearing a vulture-topped hat that would have looked ridiculous on anyone else. But her eyes, as they met Harry's, held something unexpected. Approval. The boy speaks sense, she said. More sense than I've heard from anyone in this room today, myself included. The old magic chose him for reasons beyond our understanding. Our job now is to support that choice, not undermine it. Augusta, Fudge started. I have the floor, Cornelius. Her voice cracked like a whip. Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years. It has weathered dark lords and ministry overreach and internal strife beyond counting. If the castle itself has decided that this child is what it needs, then perhaps we should consider trusting its judgment. The castle is a building, Umbridge said flatly. The torches flared. The floor trembled. Every suit of armor in the hall turned its helmeted head toward the woman in pink. I'd be careful what you call it, Harry said quietly. It doesn't like being dismissed. Umbridge's face went purple, but before she could speak, another voice cut through the tension. If I may, Minister. Everyone turned. A slender woman with auburn hair and sharp features had stepped forward from the group of governors. Harry didn't recognize her, but the castle did. Amelia Bones, it whispered. Head of Magical Law Enforcement. Fair. Dangerous. Worth watching. Director Bones, Fudge said warily. The boy's proposal is reasonable. More reasonable, frankly, than anything we've suggested. Bones moved to stand beside Augusta Longbottom, and Harry noticed several other governors shifting to join them. Weekly meetings. Full transparency. And in return, we let him be a child. That's not a concession, it's basic decency. He has power over the wards, Malfoy interjected. Power that could be used against what? Bones raised an eyebrow. Against the ministry, when we come calling with unreasonable demands. Against the board, when we try to use Hogwarts for political purposes. Her smile was thin. Perhaps we should consider why the castle might want protection from us rather than the other way around. The room erupted. Voices overlapped, accusations, defenses, threats barely disguised as concerns. Fudge was shouting at Dumbledore. Umbridge was screaming about proper channels. Malfoy was attempting to rally the board around some counter-proposal that involved ministry oversight and appropriate controls. Harry stood in the center of it all, watching. This is politics, the castle observed. Tedious. Inevitable. Necessary. They're not really arguing about me, are they? No. They're arguing about power. Who has it? Who wants it? Who's afraid of losing it? A pause. You represent a variable they don't control. It terrifies them. Even Dumbledore. Especially Dumbledore. Harry looked at the headmaster. The old wizard had stepped back from the shouting, watching the chaos with an expression of serene detachment. But his eyes kept finding Harry. Calculating. Reassessing. He had plans for you, the castle said. Plans that assumed you would need him. Need his guidance, his protection, his wisdom. Now he's not sure you do. What were the plans? We don't know the details. But we know the shape, a weapon, aimed at darkness. A sacrifice, if necessary. Anger rippled through the castle's awareness. He would have spent you like a coin, if it meant defeating his enemy. Harry's jaw tightened. Who's his enemy? The one who killed your parents. The one who refuses to die. The one whose shade even now hides in this school, wearing a professor's face and waiting for his moment. Cold swept through Harry's chest. Voldemort? Yes. He's here. Part of him. The smallest part, a wraith, barely clinging to existence. The castle's awareness pressed against the third-floor corridor, the wrongness they'd sensed before. He attached himself to Quirrell in Albania. He seeks something in this castle. Something that might restore him to full power. What? A stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel entrusted it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. The headmaster hid it here, behind protections meant to test anyone who sought it. Meant to test, Harry's eyes widened. He wanted someone to go after it. He wanted to see if they could get through. Yes. He hoped you would face the protections yourself. Face the enemy yourself. A trial by fire for the weapon he was forging. Harry felt sick. I'm not a weapon. No. You're much more than that. The castle's warmth wrapped around him. And now he has to find a new plan. They all do. The shouting was dying down. Amelia Bones had somehow taken control of the conversation. Harry suspected she'd done it through sheer force of will, and was outlining a compromise that satisfied no one but gave everyone something. Weekly meetings. Transparency. A trial period. Reassessment after Christmas. Mr. Potter. Bones turned to him. Is this acceptable? Harry considered. The castle murmured suggestions, but the decision was his. One condition, he said. The meetings are here, in the Great Hall. Not the Ministry. Not private offices. Hogwarts is neutral ground. Neutral? Malfoy's voice dripped skepticism. When the castle answers to you? Exactly. Harry met his eyes. If you're right about me, if I'm some kind of threat, you'll want witnesses. And if you're wrong, if I'm just a kid trying to figure things out, then you'll want everyone to see that too. Bones nodded slowly. Acceptable. Minister. Fudge sputtered, but with Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, and a growing portion of the board aligned against him, he had no room to maneuver. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. But this isn't over, Potter. The Ministry will be watching. I'd expect nothing less. The assembly broke apart. Politicians fled to owl their allies. Students began whispering frantically to each other. And Harry stood in the middle of the Great Hall, watching it all with a strange sense of calm. He'd bought himself time. Now he needed to figure out what to do with it. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and chaos. Transfiguration with McGonagall was tense. The professor kept glancing at Harry as if expecting him to burst into flames. Charms with Flitwick was better. The tiny professor seemed genuinely delighted to have a student so connected to the ambient magic of the castle. Potions with Snape was a disaster. So, the dark-haired professor drawled as Harry entered the dungeon classroom, our new celebrity. Tell me, Potter, does your precious castle bond help you brew a proper cure for boils? I don't know, sir. Harry kept his voice even. I've never tried. Snape's eyes narrowed. Then let's find out, shall we? Everyone partner up. Potter, you're with me. What followed was 2 hours of increasingly pointed questions and subtle humiliation. Snape clearly expected Harry to fail, and Harry's castle-enhanced awareness of potion ingredients and brewing techniques clearly infuriated him when it prevented that failure. By the end of class, Harry had produced a perfect cure for boils. Snape gave him detention anyway. For cheating, the professor said flatly. Using outside assistance in my classroom is grounds for punishment. Outside assistance. The castle. Snape's voice dropped to a hiss. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The way the fire adjusted when your cauldron ran hot. The way the ingredients practically sorted themselves under your hands. Harry blinked. He hadn't noticed. We were trying to help, the castle said, sounding almost sheepish. The greasy one was being unfair. You interfered with my potion. Only a little. We stopped the fire from burning too hot. We arranged the ingredients so you would find what you needed. You can't do that. Why not? Because it's cheating. Because I need to learn this myself. Because, Harry struggled for words. Because if I let you do everything for me, I'll never know what I'm actually capable of. A long pause. You're not like the others, the castle said finally. The ones who wanted our power. They would have used every advantage. I'm not them. No. You're better. Harry served his detention that night, polishing cauldrons without magic, under Snape's glowering supervision, and the castle reluctantly promised to restrain its helpfulness in future classes. But something had shifted between them. Trust, Harry realized. He was building trust with a sentient building. His life had gotten very strange. The first week at Hogwarts passed faster than Harry expected. He attended classes. He sat with Hermione and Neville at meals. He held his first meeting with the Board of Governors, which devolved into 3 hours of pointed questions and carefully worded answers. And every night, after his roommates fell asleep, he walked the castle's corridors and learned its secrets. The room of requirement, which became whatever he needed. The hidden passages that led to Hogsmeade and beyond. The vast network of house-elf tunnels that connected the kitchens to every corner of the school. And the door. He went back to it on the 5th night. The caverns were cold and dark, but the castle lit his way with phosphorescent moss that bloomed as he passed. The door loomed ahead, massive and ancient, carved with symbols he almost understood. Don't touch it, the castle warned. I wasn't going to. Harry stopped 10 feet away. What's behind it? We don't know. The founders wouldn't tell us. They said only that it was old, older than magic, older than humanity, older than the world. A pause. They said it was hungry. Harry studied the door. It seemed solid enough, no cracks, no gaps, no way for anything to seep through. But there was pressure behind it. He could feel it. Something pushing, testing, waiting. Why did the founders build here? Because it was already here. The land called to them. The magic that became Hogwarts rose from these caverns, drawn to contain what slept below. The castle's awareness wrapped around him protectively. We are the lock. You are the key. As long as we stand together, the door stays closed. And if we don't, then nothing does. Harry stood in the darkness for a long time. Then he turned and walked back toward the light. He had classes in the morning. Homework to finish. Friends waiting in the common room. He was 11 years old, and he was the last line of defense against something that might destroy the world. For now, he'd focus on the things he could control. The rest would wait. The letter arrived at breakfast on Saturday. A school owl dropped it next to Harry's plate and flew away before he could thank it. The envelope was plain, unmarked, but when Harry touched it, the castle hummed a warning. That wasn't sent through normal channels. Where did it come from? We don't know. It simply appeared. Harry broke the seal. Inside was a single piece of parchment, covered in elegant handwriting. Young sovereign, the castle chose well. Better than it knows. Your mother was the last to understand what you are becoming. She left protections beyond what the old fool realized, protections woven into your blood, your soul, the very scar that marks you. When the darkness rises, remember this, love is the only magic that matters. The stone is not what it seems. The door is not what it guards. And the enemy you will face is not the one you expect. Be brave. Be clever. Be kind. Trust the castle. Trust your friends. And when the time comes, trust yourself. There was no signature. Just a symbol at the bottom, a circle inside a triangle inside another circle. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Do you know what this means? The castle's awareness focused on the parchment. No. But the symbol, we've seen it before. Long ago, when the founders were young. It was carved above the door. The door beneath the school. Yes. Harry carefully folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. Someone knew things. Things about his mother, about the stone, about the Dark Lord hiding in Quirrell's skull. Someone was watching him, had watched him since before he arrived. An ally? An enemy? Something else entirely? He didn't know. But he would find out. Harry. Hermione was watching him with concern. Is everything all right? Harry looked at her. At Neville across the table, at Fred and George down the bench trading whispered jokes, at the great hall full of students eating breakfast like it was any normal Saturday. I don't know yet, he said honestly. But I think it will be. The castle hummed agreement. Outside the windows, the sun was rising over the Scottish Highlands, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Harry took a bite of toast and let the warmth wash over him. Whatever was coming, he wouldn't face it alone. That, at least, was certain. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Stones. The Owl arrived during Monday morning's defense against the dark arts class, which was probably the worst possible timing. Professor Quirrell had been stammering his way through a lecture on defensive hexes, Harry barely listening, too focused on the wrongness that pulsed from the man like heat from a fever, when the great grey bird swooped through an open window and dropped a heavy scroll directly onto Harry's desk. The class went silent. Quirrell's stammer died mid-word. His eyes, usually darting and nervous, fixed on the scroll with an intensity that didn't match his trembling demeanor. Mr. Potter, he managed. Perhaps you could save your correspondence for after, it's from the ministry. Harry had already broken the seal, scanning the contents. The castle fed him context as he read, procedural language, legal frameworks, the weight of official documentation. They've scheduled a formal hearing. Tomorrow. Whispers erupted through the classroom. Hermione's hand shot up, though no one had asked a question. A hearing? Quirrell's voice cracked. On what grounds? The legitimacy of my position. Harry kept his voice flat, though anger was building in his chest. The castle shared his fury, they'd had an agreement, a compromise, barely a week old. The Board of Governors has filed a formal challenge. They want to test whether the old magic's bond can be, he checked the scroll again, superseded by proper ministerial authority. That's ridiculous, Neville said from 2 seats over. The magic chose you. You can't just vote against magic. Apparently, some people want to try. The classroom door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, her face tight with controlled anger. Mr. Potter. The headmaster requires your presence immediately. Harry gathered his things. As he passed Quirrell's desk, he felt the wrongness spike, a flash of something dark and ancient and hungry, pressing against the professor's skull like a parasite straining at its leash. Their eyes met. For just a moment, Quirrell's stammer vanished. His gaze went flat and cold and utterly alien. Good luck, Mr. Potter, he said softly. The voice wasn't his. Harry walked out without responding, but the castle's warning echoed in his mind, he's getting stronger. The shade. Whatever restraint Quirrell maintained is failing. How long do we have? Weeks. Perhaps less. Then we need to deal with him before the ministry deals with me. Agreed. But carefully. If Dumbledore realizes he'll try to use it. Turn it into another test, another trial for his weapon. Harry's jaw tightened. I know. McGonagall led him through corridors that rearranged themselves to speed their passage, the castle's small rebellion against propriety, shaving minutes off the walk. She noticed, of course. Her eyes flickered to the moving stairs, the doors that opened before they reached them. "The castle is fond of you," she observed. "The castle is worried. So am I." McGonagall stopped at the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "Mr. Potter, Harry. Whatever happens in that hearing, remember that you have allies. Not everyone on the board supports Malfoy's maneuvering. But enough do. For now." Her expression softened slightly. "You handled yourself well at the assembly. Better than most adults would have. Don't let them shake that confidence." The gargoyle leapt aside before anyone spoke a password. Harry climbed the spiral staircase alone. Dumbledore's office was crowded. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had seen him. Fawkes the Phoenix perched nearby, watching the room with ancient eyes. And standing before the desk, arranged like generals before a battle map, were Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, and a man Harry didn't recognize. "Ah, Harry." Dumbledore gestured to an empty chair. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." "The hearing," Harry said, not sitting. Malfoy moved faster than expected. He did. Amelia Bones turned to face him. She wore formal robes today, the badge of her office glinting at her collar. "The filing hit my desk an hour ago. He's calling it an emergency session, claims the situation at Hogwarts represents an imminent threat to student safety." "Does he have grounds?" "Legally? Barely. The old magic predates the Ministry by centuries. There's no precedent for challenging its choices." Bones' expression hardened. "But Malfoy doesn't need to win outright. He just needs to create enough doubt, enough chaos, that the Wizengamot feels compelled to intervene. And then? Then they'll try to place Hogwarts under direct ministerial control. Appoint an emergency administrator to stabilize the situation." Augusta Longbottom's voice dripped contempt. "Lucius has been angling for this for years. You've given him the excuse he needed. I didn't ask for any of this." "No. But you have it nonetheless." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but his eyes were calculating. "The question now is how you choose to respond." Harry finally sat, feeling the castle's presence wrap around him like armor. "What are my options?" "You could refuse to attend," the unknown man said. He was middle-aged, with gray streaking his dark hair and a face built for courtrooms. "The Ministry has no legal authority to compel your presence. The castle's sovereignty predates their jurisdiction." "But that would look like I'm hiding something." "It would." The man almost smiled. "I'm Theodore Tonks, by the way. Solicitor. Amelia asked me to advise on the legal complications. There are a lot of those. Enough to keep a firm of lawyers employed for decades." Tonks spread his hands. "The old magic, the castle's autonomy, the rights of magical institutions versus ministerial oversight, none of it has been properly adjudicated because none of it has been relevant for 1,000 years. You've opened a legal Pandora's box, Mr. Potter." "Wonderful. The alternative," Dumbledore interjected, "is to attend the hearing and make your case directly. Demonstrate to the Wizengamot that you're not a threat, that you're a child, caught up in circumstances beyond your control, who simply wants to learn and grow like any other student." Harry caught the subtle emphasis. A child. Dependent. In need of guidance. In need of a handler. He's still trying to position himself, the castle observed. Still trying to find the angle that puts him in control. "I know. What would that demonstration look like?" Harry asked carefully. "A series of questions, primarily. About your intentions, your understanding of the bond, your willingness to cooperate with oversight." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "I would be happy to prepare you, to ensure your answers present you in the best possible light. You mean coach me? Guide you? Same thing, really. The room went quiet. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, that same frustrated calculation Harry had seen before. Harry, I'm trying to help you. I know. Harry stood, moving to the window. The ground stretched below, students walking between classes, the lake glittering in the autumn sun. But your help comes with conditions. You want me to need you. To depend on your wisdom, your experience, your protection. Is that so unreasonable? You're 11 years old. I am. Harry turned to face the room. And 3 months ago, I was sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Being told I was worthless, wrong, a burden. I've spent my whole life having people make decisions for me, what I could eat, where I could sleep, whether I was allowed to exist at all. His voice didn't waver. The castle chose me because I don't want power for its own sake. Because I've been helpless, and I know what that feels like, and I refuse to make anyone else feel that way. He met Dumbledore's eyes squarely. But I also refuse to be helpless anymore. If you want to help me, help me. Don't manage me. Don't position me. Don't treat me like a piece on your chessboard. Silence stretched. Then Amelia Bones laughed. It wasn't mocking, it was surprised, almost delighted. Well. That's told him. Amelia, Dumbledore started. No, Albus. The boy's right. Bones stepped forward, studying Harry with new interest. You've been the most powerful wizard in Britain for 50 years. You're not used to dealing with equals. But this child, she gestured at Harry. He's not your student. He's not your ward. He's the voice of something older than your authority, and he's just drawn a line you'd be wise not to cross. I'm not his enemy. No. But you're not his ally either, not yet. Bones turned to Harry. Mr. Potter. I'll speak plainly. Tomorrow's hearing is a trap. Malfoy will twist every answer you give, take every honest statement out of context, use your youth and inexperience against you. If you walk in there unprepared, you'll lose. And if I don't walk in there at all, you'll lose differently. Slower, maybe. But the narrative will be set, the boy who lived, too unstable to face questioning, hiding behind ancient magic instead of standing accountable. So I'm trapped either way. Perhaps. Bones' smile was thin. Or perhaps you surprise them. Show them something they're not expecting. Make them deal with who you actually are instead of who they assume you to be. Harry considered. The castle murmured. Suggestions, strategies, historical precedents, the weaknesses of the board members who'd voted for the hearing. What if I don't play defense at all, he said slowly. What if I go on the attack? Tonks raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Malfoy's challenging the legitimacy of the old magic. But the old magic existed before the Ministry, before the Wizengamot, before any of the institutions they're using to attack me. Harry felt the pieces falling into place. What if I challenge their legitimacy right back? What if I ask on what authority they presume to judge something they don't understand and can't control? Augusta Longbottom's eyes gleamed. Turn the hearing into a trial of their competence rather than yours. Exactly. It's risky, Tonks warned. You'd be antagonizing some of the most powerful people in magical Britain. They're already antagonized. At least this way, I'm the one setting the terms. Dumbledore had been silent through this exchange. Now he spoke, his voice soft. You've thought about this carefully. I've had a week to think while everyone else was reacting. Harry shrugged. The castle helps. Yes. I imagine it does. The headmaster rose, moving to stand beside Fawkes. The phoenix trilled softly. Very well, Harry. If this is the path you choose, I won't stand in your way. But I would ask one thing. What? Let me attend the hearing. Not as your handler or your spokesman, simply as the headmaster of Hogwarts, there to observe and support. If things go badly, my presence might provide options. Harry studied the old wizard. The castle whispered warnings about manipulation, about positioning, about the chess games Dumbledore played with people's lives. But it also whispered something else: he's not lying. Not entirely. He does want to help. He just doesn't know how to help without controlling. "All right," Harry said. "But you stay in the observer's gallery. This is my fight." "Understood." They spent the next 3 hours preparing. The Ministry of Magic was everything the castle wasn't. Where Hogwarts felt alive, warm stone and breathing magic and centuries of accumulated love, the Ministry felt dead. Polished floors and rigid corridors and magic that had been bureaucratized into submission. Harry walked through the atrium, flanked by McGonagall and Tonks, and felt the castle's awareness straining at the edge of his consciousness. "We can't follow you here," it said, and the regret in its voice was palpable. "Beyond our walls, you're on your own." "I know. I'll be careful. Be more than careful. Be brilliant." The hearing chamber was deep in the Department of Mysteries, an irony that wasn't lost on Harry. Row upon row of seats rose around a central dais, filled with wizards and witches in formal robes. The Wizengamot in all its glory, gathered to judge an 11-year-old. Lucius Malfoy stood at a podium to the left of the dais, his silver hair gleaming under harsh mage lights. To the right, Cornelius Fudge occupied a raised chair, trying to look impartial and failing. And in the center, a single wooden chair waited. "Harry Potter," Fudge announced, his voice magically amplified. "Please take your seat." Harry walked to the chair. He didn't sit. "Is there a problem, Mr. Potter?" "I'm wondering about the protocol." Harry kept his voice calm, carrying. "Is the accused typically required to sit below their accusers? To look up at the people judging them?" Murmurs rippled through the chamber. "This is not a criminal proceeding," Malfoy said smoothly. "Merely an inquiry. The seating arrangement is traditional." "Traditional?" Harry nodded. "Like the tradition that says Hogwarts is autonomous? Like the tradition that says the old magic chooses its own champions? Those traditions? The situations are hardly comparable, aren't they?" Harry turned to face the full Wizengamot. "You've called me here to question whether ancient magic has the right to choose a guardian for a 1,000-year-old institution. You're asking whether the Ministry can overrule forces that existed before the Ministry was founded. But you've arranged this room so I have to look up at you, like a child being scolded by adults." He smiled, and it wasn't a friendly expression. "If you want to question ancient traditions, perhaps we should start with the tradition of this chamber intimidating those it questions." "Now see here," Fudge started. "Minister." Amelia Bone's voice cut through the noise. She sat in the front row, and her expression was carefully neutral. "The boy raises a valid procedural point. If this is an inquiry rather than a trial, standard courtesies should apply. A chair at ground level, facing his questioners as equals. That's absurd, it's protocol." Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat nearby. Section 47 of the Judicial Procedures Act. An inquiry, unlike a trial, requires equal positioning between all parties. Unless you're prepared to admit this is actually a trial, Minister, in which case we should discuss what crimes Mr. Potter has supposedly committed. Fudge's face reddened. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. A long moment of silence. Then, with a wave of his wand, Fudge conjured a second chair at floor level. "Fine. As a courtesy. Now can we please proceed?" Harry sat. The small victory had cost them nothing but time, but it had shown the chamber something important. He wasn't afraid. "Mr. Potter." Malfoy stepped forward, his cane clicking against the stone floor. "Let's begin with the basics. 1 week ago, during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you experienced what witnesses describe as a magical event of unprecedented scale. Is this accurate? Yes. And following this event, you claimed, or the castle claimed on your behalf, that you had been chosen as some sort of guardian or sovereign of the institution. The old magic formed a bond with me. Harry kept his voice level. I didn't claim anything. The magic made its choice known. And what qualifies you for this role, Mr. Potter? Malfoy's voice dripped false concern. You're 11 years old. Raised by muggles, with no understanding of wizarding culture, no training in magical theory, no credentials whatsoever. Why would ancient magic choose someone so profoundly unqualified? I asked it the same question. That threw Malfoy off balance. You did? Of course. I'd been a wizard for less than a month. I didn't know what the old magic was or what it wanted. When it chose me, I asked why. Harry paused. Do you want to know what it said? The chamber had gone quiet. Please, Malfoy said, his voice tight. Enlighten us. It said the magic doesn't choose based on credentials or training or political connections. It chooses based on three things: magical strength sufficient to survive the bond, a soul unmarked by the desire for domination, and genuine need. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. I had power I didn't know about. I'd been hurt but hadn't become hurtful. And I needed a home, truly needed one, more than I'd ever needed anything. A touching story. It's not a story. It's history. Harry stood, turning to address the full Wizengamot. The founders created Hogwarts as a vessel for the old magic, a way to contain and focus power that existed before wands, before incantations, before any of the structures we now take for granted. They knew that someday, the castle would need a human voice. Someone to speak for it, protect it, guide it. And you presume to be that voice? I don't presume anything. The magic chose. Harry's voice hardened. But let me ask you something, Mr. Malfoy. What qualifies you to question that choice? What credentials do you have for challenging forces that predate your family, your government, your entire civilization? I am chairman of the Board of Governors, a position granted by ministerial appointment, less than a century old. Harry felt the weight of knowledge the castle had given him, histories, genealogies, the petty machinations of magical politics. Before the ministry existed, the board didn't exist. Before the Wizengamot existed, Hogwarts stood. You're trying to use institutions that barely qualify as recent to override something ancient. On what authority? The authority of law, law written by whom? Enforced by whom? Recognized by the old magic as legitimate? Harry shook his head. You have no jurisdiction here, Mr. Malfoy. None of you do. The castle permits the ministry to exist. It permits the board to advise. But permission can be withdrawn. The chamber erupted. Voices overlapped, outrage, shock, a few scattered sounds that might have been approval. Fudge was shouting for order. Malfoy had gone pale, his composure cracking. You dare, he started. I dare because I have to. Harry's voice cut through the chaos. You called this hearing to intimidate me. To make me doubt my position, question my legitimacy, accept whatever oversight you chose to impose. But I'm not here to defend myself. I'm here to ask a question. He waited until the room quieted. Why are you so afraid? Silence. The old magic hasn't threatened anyone. The castle's wards protect students better now than they have in centuries. I've offered transparency, cooperation, weekly meetings to address concerns. And your response is to drag an 11-year-old before the Wizengamot and demand he justify his existence. Harry looked around the chamber, meeting eyes that quickly looked away. That's not oversight. That's fear. You're terrified of something you don't control, can't predict, can't fit into your categories and hierarchies. And your solution is to try to force it into submission. He stepped forward, and something in his bearing made grown wizards shift in their seats. "I'm not your enemy. I don't want power over anyone. All I want is to learn magic, make friends, and protect the only place that's ever felt like home." His voice softened. "But if you force this fight, if you try to take what the old magic has chosen to give, you won't be fighting an 11-year-old boy. You'll be fighting 1,000 years of accumulated power that has decided it needs a guardian." He paused. "Are you sure you want to make that choice?" The hearing adjourned without a verdict. That alone was a victory. Malfoy had expected a quick confirmation of his challenge, a mandate for emergency oversight, the beginning of Harry's removal from power. Instead, the Wizengamot had retreated into private deliberation, clearly shaken by what they'd witnessed. Harry walked out of the ministry flanked by his allies, his back straight and his head high. Inside, exhaustion was hitting him like a wave. That was remarkable. Tonks fell into step beside him. "I've been practicing law for 20 years, and I've never seen anyone derail a hearing that completely. I wasn't trying to derail it. I just asked the questions they didn't want to answer." Same result. Tonks' expression grew thoughtful. "You know they'll come back harder now. Malfoy doesn't accept defeat gracefully." "I know. And there are other players who haven't shown their hands yet. The Pure Blood Alliance, the traditionalist factions, the families who see you as a threat to their influence, I know." Harry stopped walking. They were in the atrium now, ministry workers flowing around them like water around stones. "But I couldn't let them set the terms. If I'd walked in there and answered their questions meekly, they'd have taken that as permission to keep pushing. So instead you pushed back. I showed them that pushing has consequences." Harry shrugged. "Maybe they'll reconsider. Maybe they won't. Either way, they know what they're dealing with now." Amelia Bones appeared at his elbow, her expression unreadable. "Walk with me, Mr. Potter." They moved away from the others, finding a quiet alcove near the Fountain of Magical Brethren. The golden statues gleamed overhead, witch, wizard, centaur, goblin, house elf, all gazing adoringly up at their magical masters. "You handled that well," Bones said. "Better than well. You made some very powerful people very uncomfortable." "Is that a warning?" "It's an observation." She studied him with those sharp eyes. "You're not what I expected, Mr. Potter. When I heard about the awakening, I assumed, well, I assumed you'd be overwhelmed. Frightened. Easy to manage. I am frightened." "Are you?" "Terrified." Harry met her gaze. "I'm 11. I have no idea what I'm doing. The castle helps, but there's so much I don't understand, so many things that could go wrong. Every night I lie awake wondering if tomorrow's the day I make a mistake that hurts someone." Bones was quiet for a moment. "That fear," she said finally. "That awareness of your own limitations, hold on to it. The moment you start thinking you have all the answers is the moment you become dangerous." "Is that what happened to Dumbledore?" The question hung between them. "Dumbledore is a complicated man," Bones said carefully. "He's done great good and made terrible mistakes. His problem isn't that he's evil, it's that he's certain. Certain that his way is right, that his plans will work, that the ends justify whatever means he chooses. And you're warning me not to become like him. I'm warning you that power seduces. Not with promises of glory or wealth, with the belief that you know best." Bones touched his shoulder, a surprisingly gentle gesture. "You stood up to the Wizengamot today. You held your ground against people 3 times your age with 10 times your experience. That's impressive. But don't let it go to your head." "I won't." "Good." She withdrew her hand. "Because you're about to have a very difficult conversation." Harry turned. Dumbledore stood across the atrium, waiting. They walked together through the ministry's corridors, neither speaking. The silence stretched until they reached a small park hidden behind the magical menagerie, a quiet space of green grass and old trees that felt oddly out of place in the heart of magical London. "You surprised me today," Dumbledore said finally. "Did I?" "You did." The old wizard settled onto a bench, looking tired. "I've known many powerful people in my life. Most of them, when challenged, respond with force. They try to overwhelm their opponents, crush any dissent. You did something different. I asked questions. You made them question themselves." Dumbledore looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. "That's a more dangerous weapon than any spell. Certainty fears doubt more than it fears opposition. Is that why you're uncomfortable?" A long pause. "I've spent 50 years building something," Dumbledore said quietly. "A network of alliances, a framework of protection, a plan to ensure the safety of the wizarding world. Much of that plan centered on you. On controlling me. On guiding you." The distinction clearly mattered to him. "Harry, there are things you don't know. Threats you can't imagine. The Dark Lord who killed your parents is currently residing in Professor Quirrell's skull." Dumbledore went very still. "The castle told me," Harry continued. "The moment I arrived, it sensed the wrongness. A shade, parasitic and dark, clinging to the professor's soul and feeding on his life force. You knew. This whole time, you knew. I knew. And you said nothing. What would I have said?" Harry sat down on the bench, leaving space between them. "That I could feel something evil in the castle. You already knew. You put the stone here specifically to draw him out. You were waiting to see if I would face him, weren't you? Another test for your weapon." Dumbledore's face had gone pale. "Harry, the castle showed me your plan. The protections around the stone, designed to test a student's abilities. The hints you dropped to make sure I would investigate. You wanted me to confront Voldemort on my own, to prove I could survive, to forge me into whatever you thought I needed to become. It wasn't like that, wasn't it?" Harry's voice was calm, but something cold had crept into it. "You've known about Quirrell since the start of term. You could have dealt with him a dozen ways, removed him from the school, exposed the possession, contacted the Aurors. Instead you left him here, walking the halls, teaching students, because you wanted to see what would happen. I needed to understand the threat, you needed to control the situation." Harry stood, turning to face the old wizard. "That's what everything comes back to, isn't it? Control. You controlled when I learned about magic, who told me about my parents, what information I received and when. You were shaping me from the moment I arrived at Hogwarts. For your protection, for your plans." Harry took a breath, forcing his voice to stay level. "I understand why you did it. I do. You've been fighting Voldemort for longer than my parents lived. You've seen what he does, what he's capable of. You wanted to make sure I could face him, could survive what's coming. Yes. But you didn't ask me. You didn't tell me. You just arranged things. Positioned pieces on your chessboard and waited for them to move where you wanted." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "You're right," he said finally. "I did. I've spent so long fighting this war, making decisions for people I thought I was protecting, that I forgot to ask whether they wanted protection. That's not an apology. No. It's an admission." The old wizard looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "I don't know how to stop, Harry. I've been the one making decisions for so long that I don't know how to trust anyone else to make them." "Then we have a problem." "Do we?" "You're the headmaster of Hogwarts. I'm bound to the castle in ways neither of us fully understands. We're going to have to work together, but I can't work with someone who's constantly maneuvering me into the position he thinks I should occupy." "What are you proposing?" Harry considered. The castle whispered suggestions, but the choice was his. "Honesty," he said. "Real honesty, not the selective kind you prefer. You tell me what you know about Voldemort, about the stone, about whatever else you're hiding. And I tell you what the castle shares with me. We work together as actual allies, not as puppeteer and puppet. That would require me to trust you. Yes. You're 11 years old. And you're over 100, and you still haven't figured out that controlling people doesn't make them safe. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I don't need you to trust my judgment. I need you to trust that I want the same thing you do, people protected, darkness defeated, the world made safer. If we can agree on that much, we can figure out the rest. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You're extraordinary, Harry. In all my years, I've never met anyone quite like you. I don't want to be extraordinary. I just want to do what's right. That's what makes you extraordinary. The old wizard rose, brushing off his robes. Very well. I accept your proposal, with one caveat. Which is? When it comes to facing Voldemort directly, you let me help. Not control. Help. Whatever the castle can do, whatever power you've awakened, you're still young. And the Dark Lord is older than you can imagine, with knowledge and hatred that spans decades. Harry nodded slowly. That's fair. Then we have an accord. Dumbledore extended his hand. Partners? Harry took it. Partners. They shook. It was a beginning. Maybe not a perfect one, trust would take time to build, and Harry suspected Dumbledore's instincts toward manipulation ran deeper than either of them realized. But it was a start. The news hit the Daily Prophet the next morning. Boy who lived challenges Wizengamot Potter questions Ministry authority in explosive hearing. The article was surprisingly balanced. Rita Skeeter had apparently been present, and while her prose was characteristically dramatic, she'd accurately captured the turning point when Harry had gone on the offensive. Are you sure you want to make that choice? The young Potter demanded, his voice carrying through the chamber with a confidence that belied his years. Wizengamot members reportedly exchanged uneasy glances as the implications sank in. Well, Hermione said, looking up from her copy. You're famous again. They were in the Gryffindor common room, the breakfast hour almost over. Neville sat beside Hermione, Trevor the Toad watching the proceedings from his lap. Fred and George had claimed armchairs nearby, their identical expressions caught somewhere between amusement and awe. I was already famous, Harry pointed out. For something that happened when you were a baby. Hermione set down the paper. Now you're famous for something you actually did. Great. Just what I wanted. Could be worse. Fred leaned forward. Could be famous for having an extra toe. Or for being the first person to get bitten by every magical creature in Hagrid's menagerie. That was Charlie. Still famous. Harry almost smiled. The twins had a way of deflating tension that he appreciated more than he could say. What happens now? Neville asked quietly. The article says the Wizengamot is still deliberating. They'll take weeks. Harry had gotten the update from Tonks that morning via Owl. Too many factions, too many competing interests. Malfoy's pushing for immediate action, but Bones and Longbottom are blocking him. So you bought time. Time is all I bought. Harry stared into the fire. Malfoy's not going to give up. He'll find another angle, another pressure point. And there are other problems, the hearing was just the most visible one. Like what? Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about Quirrell, not even Hermione. Dumbledore knew, but that conversation had been private, one he wasn't sure how to share. Tell them, the castle urged. They're your allies. They deserve to know what they're risking by standing with you. Harry took a breath. There's something wrong with Professor Quirrell. The common room went quiet. Fred and George exchanged looks. Hermione leaned forward, her expression intense. I've noticed that too, she said slowly. The way he flinches whenever he gets close to you. The headaches you seem to get in his class. It's more than that. Harry lowered his voice. The castle can sense things, intentions, emotions, threats. When it looks at Quirrell, it sees something dark. Something parasitic. Like there's something else wearing his body. Something else? Neville had gone pale. What do you mean? I mean the shade of Voldemort is possessing him. Dead silence. That's not possible, Hermione whispered. He who must not be named is dead. Everyone says so. Everyone's wrong. Harry met her eyes. He survived somehow, a fragment of himself, clinging to existence. He found Quirrell in Albania, attached himself to the man's soul. He's been hiding here all term, waiting for something. The third-floor corridor, Neville breathed. The one we're not supposed to go near. He's after something there. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's creation. It can produce the elixir of life, and Voldemort wants to use it to come back properly. Fred's usual levity had vanished. Does Dumbledore know? He knows. He's been waiting to see what would happen, letting the situation develop. Bitterness crept into Harry's voice. He wanted to use it as a test for me. Force a confrontation so he could see how I handled it. That's insane, George said flatly. It's Dumbledore. Harry shrugged. He plays games with people. Plans within plans within plans. I've made him promise to be more direct, but, old habits. So what do we do? Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry could see her hands trembling slightly. We can't just leave a Dark Lord walking around the school. No. But we can't move against him directly either, not yet. Voldemort's weak, desperate. If he feels cornered, he might do something drastic. We need to be careful. Be careful about confronting the most evil wizard who ever lived. Fred shook his head. Normal Tuesday, really. Harry. Neville's voice was quiet but firm. What do you need from us? Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends, who'd stood by him without hesitation, who were now being asked to face dangers they couldn't have imagined. Watch Quirrell. Don't engage him, don't confront him, just watch. The castle can track him, but it can't see everything, especially when he's actively hiding. I need eyes and ears around the school. We can do that, Hermione said. The twins know every passage in this castle. Not quite every passage, Fred admitted. But close enough. And the third-floor corridor? Neville asked. Leave it alone for now. Dumbledore has protections in place. They're not perfect, but they'll slow Quirrell down if he makes a move. And when he does make a move. Harry's expression hardened. Then we stop him. Whatever it takes. The following days established a new rhythm. Classes continued, transfiguration, charms, potions, the endless homework that seemed designed to consume every free moment. But beneath the surface, something had changed. Harry's friends watched Quirrell with careful attention, reporting his movements, his oddities, the moments when his stammer slipped or his gaze went cold. The castle fed Harry information constantly now. Ward strengths and weaknesses. Student movements. The slow build of power around the third-floor corridor as Quirrell tested its defenses. And underneath it all, like a drumbeat growing steadily louder, the pressure from the Ministry. Malfoy wasn't idle. Letters arrived daily, official correspondence about ongoing concerns, thinly veiled threats dressed up as procedural inquiries. The Board of Governors met twice, and while Augusta Longbottom and her allies blocked the worst proposals, compromises were extracted. Inspectors would visit Hogwarts monthly. Reports would be filed. The illusion of oversight would be maintained. It was annoying. But it was manageable. What worried Harry more was the thing he felt beneath the castle. The door. Every night, in the quiet hours when the rest of the school slept, he felt it. Pressure building behind ancient stone. Something vast and patient, pressing against bonds that had held for 600 years. "It's getting stronger," he told the castle one night, standing in the caverns far below the school. "Yes," the castle agreed. The awakening stirred it. "Your bond with us, it echoes in ways we don't understand. What happens if it breaks free?" "Unknown. The founders never said. They only said that it must not." Harry stared at the massive door, its symbols glinting faintly in the phosphorescent light. "Then we need to understand it. Before it becomes a problem we can't solve." "Agreed. But be careful, young sovereign. Some knowledge carries weight. Once learned, it cannot be unlearned." "I know." He reached out, not touching the door but feeling the space around it. The magic that held it closed was old, older than the castle, older than the founders, woven from power that Harry didn't recognize. And behind it, something moved. Not physically. Nothing so crude. But awareness shifted, turning toward him like a sleeper roused by noise. "You are new," something whispered in his mind. Not the castle's voice, something else entirely. Young. Curious. Unfinished. Harry's heart hammered. "What are you?" "What I have always been. What I will always be." The presence pressed closer, testing the boundaries of the seal. "You hold the lock now, child. But locks can be opened. Not by you. No." Something that might have been laughter rippled through the darkness. "We shall see. Time is different for those of us who wait. Your centuries are our heartbeats. Your ages are our moments. I won't let you out. You may not have a choice." The presence receded slightly, its attention shifting. "Something else is in your castle, child. Something dark and desperate and hungry. It would break your world to save itself. Perhaps you should worry about that first." The connection snapped. Harry stood alone in the darkness, breathing hard. "What was that?" he demanded. "We don't know," the castle admitted. "It has never spoken to us. Not once in all the centuries we've guarded it." "Why would it speak to me?" "Because you asked." The castle's awareness wrapped around him protectively. "You reached out to it. Invited contact. That was unwise." "Maybe." Harry turned away from the door, starting the long climb back toward the light. "But at least now I know it's aware. That it's thinking. That it has opinions about what's happening. Is that knowledge worth the risk?" "I don't know yet." Harry's jaw tightened. "But I know it warned me about Voldemort. Something dark and desperate and hungry. That's him, isn't it? The shade in Quirrell's skull." "Almost certainly. So whatever's behind that door, whatever ancient force wants to break free, it considers Voldemort a more immediate threat. Or it wants you to consider him that way," the castle warned. "Manipulation comes naturally to beings that have existed since before humanity. Do not trust its words simply because they seem helpful." "I don't trust anyone simply," Harry said. "Not anymore." He emerged from the hidden passage behind the herbology greenhouse just as dawn was breaking. The sky had gone purple and gold, mist rising from the black lake, the world caught in that liminal moment between night and day. Hagrid was waiting. The massive groundskeeper sat on a log near the forest's edge, Fong sleeping at his feet. He looked up as Harry approached, his beetle-black eyes sharp despite his shaggy appearance. "Ye've been down there again," Hagrid said. It wasn't a question. "How did you know?" "Castle told me." "Well, not told. More like, suggested." Hagrid shifted his bulk. "We've got an understanding, the castle and me. Been here 40 years, give or take. It knows I care about the place." Harry settled onto the log beside him. "I didn't know it could communicate with anyone else." "Can't, really. Not like it does with you." Hagrid's voice was thoughtful. "More like feelings. Nudges. Sometimes I'll be walking past a spot and I'll just know something needs tending. Or that someone's in trouble. That's why you found me at the ministry hearing. When I arrived. Knew something was wrong. Knew where to go. Hagrid shrugged his massive shoulders. Couldn't tell ya how, exactly. Just did. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the sun climb higher. The thing beneath the castle, Harry said finally. The door. Do you know what it is? Hagrid's face darkened. Dumbledore mentioned it once. Years ago, after one of his research trips. Said there were things in the world older than wizards, older than magic as we understand it. Things that slept. Things that might wake up. Maybe. He never said more than that. Hagrid looked at Harry with something like concern. Whatever it is, Harry, be careful. Some doors are closed for a reason. I know. Harry stared at the distant mountains. But I need to understand what I'm guarding. I can't protect something I don't comprehend. Yeah, sound like Dumbledore now. Always wanting to understand, to control, to know everything. Hagrid shook his head. Sometimes the best thing can do is accept that some things are beyond understanding. Keep them safe without trying to master them. Is that what you do? With the creatures in the forest? A smile crossed Hagrid's face. Some of them, yeah. There's things in that forest that'd drive most wizards mad just looking at them. I don't try to understand them. I just respect them. Give them space. Let them be what they are. Harry considered that. Maybe you're right, he said slowly. But the thing behind the door, it's not content to be respected. It spoke to me tonight. It wants something. Hagrid's eyes widened. It spoke to ya. Warned me, actually. About Voldemort. Harry watched Hagrid flinch at the name. Said there was something dark and hungry in the castle that would break the world to save itself. Blimey. Hagrid's face had gone pale beneath his beard. That's not good, Harry. Things that old, they don't talk to people. They don't have conversations. If it's reaching out to ya, it means something's changing. Or something's already changed. Hagrid stood, his movements heavy with worry. Come on. Yeah, should get back before anyone notices you're gone. And Harry, yes. Be careful. Not just with the door or whatever's behind it. With everything. Hagrid's eyes were serious. Yevi got power now, more power than any kid should have. People are going to try to use that power, to twist it, control it, point it where they want. Don't let them. I won't. And don't try to carry everything alone. Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Yevi got friends now. People who care about ya. That matters more than any ancient magic. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about Hermione and her fierce intelligence, Neville and his quiet loyalty, the twins and their chaotic support. He thought about McGonagall and Bones and even Dumbledore, each offering their own version of help. He wasn't alone. Not anymore. Thanks, Hagrid. Anytime. The groundskeeper smiled. Now get going. Breakfast starting, and look like could use a good meal. The next 3 days passed in a blur of normalcy. Classes. Homework. Meals in the great hall surrounded by the pleasant chaos of 1,000 students living their lives. For brief moments, Harry could almost forget that he was bound to an ancient castle, hunted by political enemies, and guarding a door that sealed away something unimaginable. Almost. The castle's awareness never left him now. It had become as natural as breathing, a constant low hum of information about ward strengths, student movements, the quiet stirring of magic. Through ancient stones. He was learning to filter it, to focus on what mattered and let the rest fade to background noise. But some things demanded attention. "He's making his move," Hermione whispered during Thursday's charms class. Harry didn't look up from his levitation charm practice. "Quirrell. Tonight." The twins spotted him going into the restricted section after hours. He was looking for something specific, they couldn't see what, but he found it. Hermione's wand twitched, sending her feathers spiraling upward. He looked different. More confident. The stammer was almost gone. The shades taking over. "That's what I thought." Hermione finally met his eyes. "Harry, we can't wait much longer. Whatever he's planning, I know." Harry's feather rose smoothly, drawing a nod of approval from Flitwick. "But we can't move until we know what he's after. If we confront him too early, Voldemort might just jump to someone else. We need to catch him in the act. And if he gets the stone before we can stop him?" "He won't." Harry's voice carried a certainty he didn't entirely feel. "The castle's watching. The moment he moves on the third-floor corridor, we'll know." The castle hummed agreement, its awareness sharpening around the forbidden passage. That night, Harry lay awake in his dormitory, waiting. The castle showed him everything. Quirrell pacing in his quarters, the turban unwound, speaking to something over his shoulder. The third-floor corridor, its protections intact but straining against subtle probes. The stone itself, hidden behind trials designed to test and challenge. "He's almost ready," the castle observed. "I know. What will you do?" Harry stared at the canopy above his bed. "Whatever I have to." The attack came at midnight on Friday. Harry felt at the moment Quirrell crossed the threshold of the forbidden corridor, a spike of wrongness that jolted him from half-sleep to full alertness. The castle's wards screamed their alarm, protections activating in waves as the possessed professor moved deeper into the gauntlet. "Now," Harry said to the empty dormitory. He was dressed and armed in seconds. The castle guided him through passages that shaved minutes off the usual route, stairs rearranging themselves, doors opening before he reached them. Hermione met him at the second-floor landing, her robes hastily thrown over nightclothes. Neville emerged from a hidden passage nearby, looking terrified but determined. "The twins are watching the exits," Hermione reported. "If Quirrell tries to run, he won't run." Harry started moving again. He's been waiting for this too long. Whatever the stone offers him, it's worth more than escape. They reached the third-floor corridor to find chaos. Fluffy, the three-headed dog Hagrid had mentioned, lay unconscious near the trapdoor, a harp playing softly nearby. The door to the underground chambers stood open, darkness yawning below. "He's already through the first test," Harry said. "Moving fast. How do we follow?" "Carefully." Harry knelt at the trapdoor's edge. The castle fed him information about what waited below: Devil's Snare, enchanted keys, a giant chess set, more. "The protections are designed for one person. We go together, we help each other through. And when we reach Quirrell, I handle him. You two cover my back." Harry met Hermione's eyes, then Neville's. "I mean it. Whatever happens down there, your job is to stay safe. If things go wrong, we're not leaving you," Neville said quietly. "Neville, we're not." The round-faced boy's voice was steadier than Harry had ever heard it. "My parents fought Voldemort. It broke them, but they fought. I'm not running from something they faced." Hermione nodded firmly. "Together, Harry. That's how we do this." Harry wanted to argue. The castle wanted him to argue, to send his friends to safety, to face this threat alone. But Hagrid's words echoed in his mind: "Don't try to carry everything alone. Yevi got friends now." "Together, then," he said. "Let's go." They dropped through the trapdoor. The Devil's Snare nearly killed them. The plant wrapped around their limbs the moment they landed, tendrils tightening with every struggle. Harry felt the castle's awareness straining to reach him, but the underground chambers existed in some liminal space, connected to Hogwarts but not quite part of it. He was on his own. Stop struggling. Hermione's voice was strained but controlled. It's Devil's Snare, it hates sunlight and warmth. Hermione, I can't breathe, relax. If you relax, it loosens. Harry forced himself to go limp. The tendrils paused, uncertain. Beside him, Neville was trying the same thing with less success, his fear making it impossible to fully calm down. I need fire, Hermione gasped. But my wand, can't reach. Harry stretched out with his awareness. The castle was distant, its full power inaccessible, but some connection remained. A thread of ancient magic linking him to the stones above. Help me, he thought. Something answered. Warmth bloomed from his skin, not fire, but light. Pure golden light that spread through the chamber like dawn breaking. The Devil's Snare shrieked, an awful vegetable scream, and retreated into the shadows. They fell through, landing in a heap on cold stone. What was that? Hermione demanded, brushing herself off. I'm not entirely sure. Harry's hands were still glowing faintly. Castle trick, I think. Some kind of emergency reserve. Useful trick. Very. They pressed on. The key chamber was easier. Harry's enhanced reflexes let him track the winged keys, and Neville's surprising broom skills, apparently Gran had insisted on lessons, let him actually catch the right one. The chess game was harder. McGonagall's handiwork, Harry suspected, brutal and strategic, requiring them to sacrifice pieces and take genuine risks. When the White Queen smashed the bishop Neville was riding, Harry's heart stopped. But Neville rolled clear at the last moment, bruised but alive, and Hermione's brilliant endgame strategy brought them through with no more casualties. The troll guarding the next chamber was already unconscious. Quirrell had passed through recently, and whatever he'd done had left the creature comatose. Harry didn't slow down to investigate. The potion riddle was Hermione's moment. She solved it in minutes, her mind racing through logical possibilities while Harry and Neville watched in something like awe. There's only enough for one, she said finally, holding up the tiny bottle. 2 doses, maybe. Not 3. Then you two go back. Harry took the bottle. Alert Dumbledore. Get help. Harry, you've gotten me this far. I couldn't have done it without you. Harry managed a smile. But what's ahead? It's my fight. The castle chose me for a reason. Let me finish this. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. But she nodded. Be careful. Always. Harry drank the potion. The fire parted like a curtain, revealing the final chamber. Quirrell stood before a large mirror, the mirror of Eriste, Harry recognized from descriptions. The stone was hidden inside it somehow, protected by enchantment that prevented anyone who wanted to use it from actually obtaining it. Brilliant, really. Cruel in its way. Potter. Quirrell's voice had lost its stammer entirely. I wondered if you'd come. You knew I would. I hoped. The professor turned, and his face was twisted with something between hatred and hunger. The boy who lived, finally facing his destiny. The Dark Lord wants to speak with you. I'm sure he does. Quirrell reached up and unwrapped his turban. Where the back of his head should have been, a face had formed. Chalk-white skin stretched over skull-like features, red eyes burning with ancient malice. Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered. We meet again. Harry didn't flinch. You killed my parents. They stood in my way. As you stand now. The face smiled, a terrible expression. But you have power I didn't anticipate. The castle answers to you. Ancient magic flows through your veins. And you want to know how to take it from me. Eventually. But first, the stone. Voldemort's red eyes flickered to the mirror. Get it for me. The enchantment prevents the unworthy from claiming it, but you have no desire to use it. You could claim it and hand it to me. Why would I do that? Because I will kill your friends if you don't. The words were calm, matter-of-fact. The Granger girl. The Longbottom boy. All the pathetic fools who've attached themselves to you. One by one, screaming, begging, until you give me what I want. Harry's jaw tightened. He's bluffing, he told himself. Quirrell's body is failing. He doesn't have time to hunt down everyone I care about. But the threat wasn't empty. Voldemort had killed before, would kill again. The capacity for cruelty radiated from him like heat from a fire. I'll look in the mirror, Harry said. But I'm not promising anything. He stepped forward. The mirror's surface rippled as he approached. His reflection appeared, but it wasn't quite him. The reflection was older, stronger, standing in the great hall surrounded by friends and allies. Hogwarts rose behind him, proud and ancient and whole. And in his reflection's pocket, a red stone glowed faintly. Harry felt something materialize in his actual pocket. The stone. He'd gotten it without even trying, without wanting to use it, and now it weighed against his leg like a piece of destiny. Well? Voldemort demanded. What do you see? I see myself, Harry lied. Just myself. You're lying. The red eyes narrowed. I can always tell when someone is lying. Give me the stone, Potter. Now. No. Quirrell lunged. His hands caught Harry's throat, and pain, awful, searing pain, erupted where skin touched skin. But it wasn't Harry's pain. Quirrell screamed. His hands were blistering, cracking, turning to ash where they touched Harry's skin. The protection his mother had placed in his blood, the love that Voldemort had never understood, was burning the Dark Lord's vessel alive. What is this? Quirrell gasped, staggering back. My mother's love. Harry's voice was calm despite his racing heart. She died to save me. Her sacrifice created a protection you can't touch. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Use the killing curse. But Quirrell's wand hand was ash, crumbling to nothing as the protection spread. He fell to his knees, his screams growing weaker as his body failed. And then, something dark and terrible rose from the dying man. A shade, a wraith, the fragment of Voldemort that had clung to existence for a decade. It swirled in the air, red eyes burning with hatred. This isn't over, Potter. I will return. And when I do, the castle's presence slammed into the chamber. Harry hadn't called it, couldn't have called it, not from this distance, but somehow it was. There. Ancient power flooding through the underground chambers, wrapping around the wraith like chains of golden light. Not in our halls, the castle thundered. Not while we stand. The wraith screamed, a sound of pure rage and frustration, and fled. Straight through the ceiling, through stone and earth and ward, vanishing into the night. Harry collapsed. The stone fell from his pocket, rolling across the floor until it came to rest against the mirror of Erist. Above him, the castle's presence faded, exhausted from the effort of reaching so far beneath its foundations. But before it went completely, Harry heard its voice one last time, "Well done, young sovereign. Well done." He woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, dust motes dancing in the beams. His throat hurt, his head ached, and his entire body felt like it had been trampled by hippogriffs. But he was alive. Harry. Hermione's voice was the first thing he processed clearly. She sat beside his bed, looking exhausted but relieved. Neville was there too, a bandage wrapped around his head from the chess game. "You're awake," Neville said unnecessarily. "Apparently." Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. "What happened?" "Dumbledore found you." Hermione's voice was tight. "We reached him just as he was returning to the castle, he went down immediately. Found you unconscious, Quirrell dead, and the stone on the floor." "The stone, destroyed." A new voice. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, looking tired but peaceful. "Nicholas and I discussed it at length. The risk of it falling into wrong hands again was too great. He and Perenelle have enough elixir to set their affairs in order, and then, they'll pass on. As they should have centuries ago." Harry processed that slowly. "Voldemort's wraith escaped," he said finally. "I know. The castle told me." Dumbledore moved closer, settling into a chair beside the bed. "You did remarkably well, Harry. Better than I had any right to expect. I almost died. But you didn't. And Quirrell is dead, and the stone is destroyed, and Voldemort has lost access to his easiest path back to power." Dumbledore's eyes were serious. "You've bought us time. Perhaps years. Enough for you to grow stronger, to learn more, to prepare for what's coming. He'll be back." "Yes. He will." Dumbledore didn't sugarcoat it. "But he'll find you changed when he returns. And he'll find you ready." Harry leaned back against his pillows. The castle's presence brushed against his mind, distant, still recovering, but there. Warm. Proud. "We did it," he thought. Together, the castle agreed. As it should be. Outside the window, the sun climbed higher. Another day at Hogwarts was beginning. Students were heading to breakfast, gossiping about the strange events of the previous night, speculating about why the Gryffindor first years had been found unconscious in a restricted area. Life went on. Harry closed his eyes. Tomorrow, there would be more politics. More challenges from the Ministry, more maneuvering from Malfoy, more tests of his authority and his resolve. But today, he could rest. He'd earned that much. The letter arrived a week later. Harry sat in the common room, recovered enough to attend classes but still under Madame Pomfrey's watchful eye. His friends had gathered around him, Hermione with her books, Neville with Trevor, the twins with their endless supply of pranks and schemes. A nondescript owl dropped the envelope and flew away before anyone could question it. Inside was a single piece of parchment: "Young Sovereign, you faced the first test and survived. The shade flees, the door holds, and the castle stands stronger than before. But this was only the beginning. The enemy will return. The forces gathering against you will not stop. And the thing beneath your feet grows restless. Next year will bring new challenges. A chamber will open. An heir will awaken. Secrets kept for 1,000 years will demand answers. Be ready. Trust the castle. Trust your friends. Trust yourself. And remember, love is the only magic that matters. No signature. Just that same symbol, circle within triangle within circle." Harry folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. Hermione looked at him curiously. "News? Warning?" Harry gazed out the window at the castle grounds. "Something's coming. Not sure what yet. But we'll face it." "Together," Neville said. "Together," Hermione agreed. Fred and George exchanged their twin grins. "Wouldn't miss it for the world," they said in unison. Harry smiled. Outside, the sun was setting over Hogwarts, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The castle hummed contentedly around him, its ancient stones warm with centuries of accumulated magic and memory. His first year was almost over. Whatever came next, he'd be ready. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Court of Shadows. Summer at the Dursleys was exactly as miserable as Harry had expected. The castle's presence faded the moment he crossed the property line at Privet Drive, not gone entirely, but muffled, distant, like trying to hear a conversation through thick walls. For the first time in months, Harry felt truly alone. Vernon had taken one look at him stepping off the train and turned purple. "Don't think your freakishness changes anything here, boy," he'd growled on the drive home. "In this house, you're still the same worthless burden you've always been." Harry had said nothing. There was no point arguing with Vernon Dursley. The man's hatred was as immutable as the laws of physics. But something had changed. When Vernon raised his hand to cuff Harry's ear, an old habit, casual violence that had punctuated Harry's entire childhood, Harry caught his wrist. Just caught it. Held it. Met Vernon's eyes with an expression that made the larger man go pale. "Don't," Harry said quietly. Vernon jerked his hand back like he'd been burned. They didn't speak again for 3 weeks. The letters helped. Hermione wrote constantly, long, detailed accounts of her summer reading, questions about magical theory, updates on her attempts to convince her parents that the wizarding world wasn't as dangerous as the newspapers suggested. Neville's letters were shorter but warmer, full of news about his grandmother's garden and Trevor's latest escape attempts. The twins sent packages that occasionally exploded. And once a week, a different kind of letter arrived. No signature, no return address, just that same strange symbol and cryptic guidance: the chamber waits. The air stirs. When the castle bleeds, remember what you are. Harry had no idea what it meant. But he kept the letters hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his room, adding each new one to the growing stack. The castle's presence strengthened slightly as July faded into August. Not enough to communicate clearly, but enough that Harry could feel its distant concern, its impatience for his return. Soon, he promised it. Just a few more weeks. The response was too faint to understand, but the warmth of it helped. Dobby appeared on Harry's birthday. The house elf materialized in Harry's bedroom at midnight, enormous eyes gleaming in the darkness, wearing what looked like a filthy pillowcase. "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts," the creature whispered urgently. "Terrible things are planned. Danger awaits." Harry sat up slowly, studying the elf with newfound awareness. House elf magic was different from wizard magic, older, stranger, bound by rules that didn't quite make sense. But it was familiar in ways that made Harry's castle bond hum with recognition. "Who sent you?" he asked. Dobby's eyes went wide. "Dobby cannot say. Dobby is bound." He lunged toward the wall, clearly intending to punish himself, but Harry caught him mid-flight. "Stop. Don't hurt yourself. Harry Potter is too kind." Tears welled in the enormous eyes. "So kind to Dobby, who is only trying to protect him. I appreciate that. But I need to go back to Hogwarts." Harry set the elf down gently. "It's my home. The castle needs me." "The castle," Dobby's voice dropped even lower. "Harry Potter does not understand. What is coming, what is planned, it will make even the castle weep." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "What's planned?" "Dobby cannot say. Dobby is forbidden." The elf was trembling now. "But Harry Potter must stay away. Must stay safe. The danger is at Hogwarts." "I know." Harry knelt to meet Dobby's eyes. "But running away doesn't stop danger. It just means facing it later, alone, without allies or preparation. I'd rather face it now, with friends at my side and the castle at my back." Dobby stared at him for a long moment. "Harry Potter is very brave," he whispered finally. "Or very foolish. Probably both." Harry managed a smile. "Can you at least tell me who you serve? What family?" The elf's face twisted with something between fear and shame. "Dobby serves old masters. Proud masters. Masters who would see the old ways return." Malfoy, Harry realized. The description fit perfectly, and Dobby's arrival, warning of danger at Hogwarts, aligned too well with Lucius's ongoing schemes to be coincidence. "Thank you for the warning, Dobby. I'll be careful. Harry Potter will go anyway. I have to." The elf's ears drooped. Then Dobby must do what Dobby must do. To protect Harry Potter from himself. He vanished with a crack. Harry had approximately 3 seconds to wonder what that meant before the screaming started. The Dursleys blamed him for the pudding. Vernon's business dinner was ruined, Aunt Petunia's painstakingly prepared dessert floating through the air and crashing onto the guests' heads. The ministry's warning about underage magic arrived within minutes, delivered by owl in front of witnesses who definitely weren't supposed to know magic existed. By morning, Harry was locked in his room with bars on the window. He sat on his bed in the darkness, feeling the faint pulse of the castle's distant presence, and planned. The bars were iron, cold and heavy, designed to keep him trapped. The door had 3 new locks, and Vernon had taken his trunk, his wand, everything except the clothes on his back. But Harry wasn't the same boy who'd left Hogwarts 6 weeks ago. He closed his eyes and reached for the thread of connection that linked him to the castle. It was thin, stretched almost to breaking by distance, but it was there. "I need help," he thought. The response was barely a whisper, "Coming." 3 days later, a flying car appeared outside his window. The Weasley twins had outdone themselves. "Borrowed Dad's car," Fred explained as they attached a hook to the window bars. "He'll probably notice eventually." "Probably," George agreed. "But some things are worth getting grounded for." Ron was in the back seat, looking queasy but determined. "Hermione sent about 50 owls. When you stopped responding, we figured something was wrong." The bars gave way with a screech of tearing metal. Harry threw his trunk through the window, the twins caught it with practiced ease, and climbed out into the night air. Below, Vernon Dursley's face appeared at the front door, purple with rage. "Come back here, boy." Harry looked down at the man who'd made his childhood a misery. Who'd locked him in cupboards and starved him and told him he was worthless every single day. "No," he said simply. The car rose into the clouds. The burrow was chaos incarnate. 7 Weasleys lived in a house that seemed to exist in a state of perpetual motion, dishes washing themselves in the sink, gnomes fleeing through the garden, various family members shouting at each other from different floors. Mrs. Weasley had hugged Harry so hard he'd thought his ribs might crack. "You poor dear," she'd said, her eyes suspiciously bright. Bars on the window. "I've half a mind to go give those muggles a piece of my mind." "Mum, please don't start an international incident," Percy said from the stairs. Harry spent 2 weeks at the Burrow, and they were the best 2 weeks of his summer. He learned to deganome the garden with Ron, played Quidditch with the twins and Ginny, who turned red and dropped things whenever he looked at her, and had long conversations with Mr. Weasley about the proper function of rubber ducks. But underneath the joy, something worried at the edges of his mind. Dobby's warning. The cryptic letters. The castle's growing restlessness as September approached. "Something is coming," the castle whispered, its voice stronger now that Harry had left Privet Drive. "Something old. Something connected to our foundations." "What is it?" "We don't know yet. But it sleeps beneath our stones. It has slept for 50 years. And something is trying to wake it." Harry kept that knowledge to himself. There was no point ruining everyone's summer with vague warnings and undefined threats. But when the Hogwarts letters arrived, complete with second-year book lists, he felt a knot in his stomach that had nothing to do with anticipation. Flourish and Blots was a disaster. Gilderoy Lockhart, the famous author and subject of approximately half their new reading list, had scheduled a book signing that coincided with the Weasleys' shopping trip. The crowd was enormous, the press was everywhere, and the moment Lockhart spotted Harry, everything went sideways. "It can't be, Harry Potter." The cameras flashed. The crowd surged. And before Harry could react, Lockhart had grabbed him and was posing for photographs, announcing that he'd be the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. "Together, we'll be front-page news," Lockhart said, teeth gleaming. Harry extracted himself as quickly as possible, but the damage was done. The Daily Prophet would have another story about him by morning, and Lockhart's insufferable grin would haunt his nightmares. "Charming fellow," drawled a voice nearby. "All style, no substance." Harry turned. Lucius Malfoy stood at the edge of the crowd, silver-topped cane in hand, looking at Harry with an expression of cold amusement. "Mr. Potter." I heard about your exciting summer. Trouble with the ministry, I understand. Nothing I couldn't handle. No, I suppose not. Malfoy's eyes flickered to the Weasleys, clustered protectively nearby. Associating with blood traitors, I see. Your mother's Muggle heritage showing through. My mother was brilliant. Your mother was a mudblood who didn't know her place. Malfoy's voice was silky soft. As you, apparently, don't know yours. Something shifted in the air. Harry felt it, the castle's presence, impossibly distant but suddenly sharp with protective fury. The magical items throughout the shop trembled. A stack of Lockhart's books toppled. And Malfoy's smile flickered, just for a moment, with something that looked like fear. Careful, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said quietly. The castle doesn't like it when people threaten me. Threat? I made no threat. But Malfoy's hand had tightened on his cane. Merely an observation. Blood. Will tell, Potter. In the end, it always does. He swept away, Draco trailing behind him with a sneer that looked almost rehearsed. Arthur Weasley appeared at Harry's shoulder. Everything all right? Fine. Harry watched the Malfoys disappear into the crowd. Just politics. Lucius Malfoy is more than politics. Arthur's voice was serious. He's dangerous, Harry. Rich, connected, and utterly without conscience. Whatever he's planning, I know. Harry turned to face him. But I'm not afraid of him. Arthur studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. No, he said. I don't suppose you are. Platform 9 3/4 was blocked. Harry and Ron discovered this the hard way, crashing into the seemingly solid barrier with a luggage trolley full of trunks and an indignant owl. What happened? Ron demanded, rubbing his head. Someone sealed it. Harry could feel the magic, fresh, deliberate, designed specifically to keep them out. Recently. Within the last hour. But who would, I don't know. But Harry had a suspicion. Dobby's promise to protect him from himself echoed in his memory. The train's leaving in 5 minutes. We need another way. They found it in the parking lot. The flying car was technically Arthur's property, and he definitely hadn't given them permission to borrow it again. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and Harry was very desperate to get back to Hogwarts. This is mental, Ron said as the car lifted off. Completely, Harry agreed. They flew north, following the train tracks, the invisibility booster flickering unreliably. The car began making ominous sounds around Birmingham and nearly crashed twice over the Lake District. By the time Hogwarts came into view, Harry had stopped worrying about breaking rules and started worrying about survival. The engine's dying, Ron reported, his voice climbing. Harry, we're going to crash. The car gave one final cough and plummeted toward the grounds. Harry reached for the castle. Help. The world lurched. One moment they were plunging toward certain death, the next, the car was floating gently downward, cradled by invisible hands. It settled onto the grass beside the lake with all the grace of a feather landing on silk. Ron stared. Did you do that? The castle did. Harry climbed out on shaky legs. I asked for help. You asked, Ron shook his head in amazement. That's brilliant. Terrifying, but brilliant. The front doors of Hogwarts burst open. Professor McGonagall stood silhouetted against the light, her expression thunderous. Potter. Weasley. My office. Now. The punishment was remarkably lenient. McGonagall had threatened expulsion, detention, letters home, and about 15 other consequences. But after Harry explained about the sealed barrier and the mysterious warning from Dobby, her expression had shifted from furious to concerned. You believe someone deliberately prevented you from reaching the train? I'm certain of it. Harry met her eyes. Someone wants me away from Hogwarts, Professor. Someone powerful enough to seal the barrier at King's Cross. McGonagall's lips pressed thin. I'll look into it. In the meantime, detention with Professor Lockhart for you, Mr. Weasley, and detention with Mr. Filch for you, Mr. Potter. I'd rather not expose you to that man's ego more than necessary. Harry almost smiled. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. Her voice softened slightly. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. The castle missed you. He could feel it, the ancient magic wrapping around him like a homecoming embrace. Walls that seemed to breathe with relief. Portraits that turned to watch him pass, their painted eyes bright with recognition. We are whole again, the castle said, and the warmth of it flooded through Harry's chest. I missed you too, he admitted. Never leave us so long again. I'll try not to. The first week of term revealed two new problems. The first was Gilderoy Lockhart. The man was an absolute menace. His classes consisted entirely of dramatic reenactments of his supposed adventures. Quiz questions about his favorite color, and increasingly desperate attempts to use Harry's fame to enhance his own reputation. Harry, my boy, he'd say, cornering Harry in corridors, you and I should do an interview. Share our experiences fighting dark forces. The public would love it. No thank you, Professor. Perhaps a joint signing session. Your story alongside mine, no. A photograph, then. Just one small photograph for the prophet, Professor Lockhart. Harry let a hint of steel enter his voice. If you mention this again, I'll ask the castle to lose your quarters. Lockhart laughed, clearly assuming it was a joke. 3 hours later, he spent 45 minutes trying to find his office, which had somehow migrated to the 7th floor. The second problem was more serious. Draco Malfoy had returned to school with new confidence and an attitude that bordered on threatening. He'd secured a spot on the Slytherin Quidditch team, purchased with a donation of 7 new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks, and seemed determined to make Harry's life as difficult as possible. My father told me everything, Draco said during their first potions class, his voice pitched to Carrie. About the hearing, about your pathetic little challenge, about how you're going to lose everything you think you've gained. Did he also tell you that he failed? Harry didn't look up from his cauldron. That the Wizengamot refused to strip my position? That your father's grand plan collapsed within a week? Draco's pale face flushed. This isn't over, Potter. The board is meeting again this year. Father has new evidence, then he can present it. Until then, I have potions to brew. Harry added powdered moonstone to his mixture with precise timing. If you'll excuse me. Snape, watching from his desk, said nothing. But something in his expression suggested he was enjoying the exchange. The voice came on Halloween. Harry was walking toward the great hall for the feast when he heard it, a whisper, cold and sibilant, sliding through the stones like water through cracks. Blood. I smell blood, let me kill, kill. Kill. He stopped dead. Harry. Hermione was beside him, concerned. What's wrong? Did you hear that? Hear what? The voice came again, fainter now, moving away, so hungry, so long without feeding, blood will flow. Follow me. Harry started walking, letting the castle guide him toward the source. Something's wrong. They found it on the 2nd floor. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket, stiff and seemingly dead. And on the wall beside her, words had been written in what looked horribly like blood, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. A crowd was gathering, students emerging from the feast, drawn by some instinct for disaster. Filch's howl of grief echoed through the corridor. And standing at the edge of the scene, his pale face gleaming with something like triumph, was Draco Malfoy. Enemies of the air, beware, he read aloud. You'll be next, mudbloods. Harry's blood ran cold. The chamber, he thought at the castle. What is the Chamber of Secrets? The response came wrapped in fear, "Old darkness. Slytherin's legacy. We thought it was legend. What's in it? We don't know. It exists outside our awareness, carved from the living stone before we were built, hidden by magics that predate our founding." A shudder ran through the castle's presence. But something has awakened there. Something that speaks to the walls in a voice we cannot understand. I heard it, Harry realized. The voice. It was speaking to me. You heard it because you can speak its language. The tongue of serpents. Parseltongue. Harry stared at the bloody message on the wall. What does the heir want? To continue Slytherin's work. To purge the school of those he considered unworthy. The castle's fear deepened. To kill. The attacks began in earnest. Colin Creevey was found petrified a week after Halloween, his camera melted. Then Justin Finch Fletchley, frozen in a corridor with nearly headless Nick floating beside him, both victims of whatever power stalked the school. Fear spread through Hogwarts like a disease. Students walked in groups, flinched at shadows, whispered about the heir and the monster and who might be next. Harry heard the voice regularly now, moving through the walls, hunting, always hungry. He tracked it when he could, trying to understand its patterns, but it was impossible to predict. The castle was terrified. We cannot see it, it told Harry. Whatever moves through our foundations, it exists in spaces we cannot reach. Passages carved before our creation, hidden from our awareness. There has to be a way to find it. The chamber. If we could locate the chamber, we could seal it. But Slytherin hid it well. Even the founders who remained couldn't find it after he left. The obvious question haunted Harry: if he could hear the monster's voice, if he could speak its language, did that mean he was somehow connected to it? The rest of the school seemed to think so. The dueling club was Lockhart's idea. In these troubled times, the professor announced to the assembled students, we must learn to defend ourselves. And who better to teach you than I, Gilderoy Lockhart, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Harry could feel Hermione's embarrassment from 3 feet away. Snape had been roped into assisting, which explained the pained expression on the potions master's face. They demonstrated dueling basics, mostly Snape knocking Lockhart across the stage, before splitting students into pairs for practice. Potter and Malfoy, Snape drawled. A natural match. They faced each other on the stage, wands raised. Draco's eyes gleamed with malice. Ready to lose, Potter? I was about to ask you the same thing. Lockhart counted down. At 3, Draco moved, not with a standard dueling spell but with something darker. Serpensortia. A massive black snake exploded from his wand tip, landing on the stage between them. It raised its hooded head, hissing, and turned toward the nearest student, Justin Finch Fletchley, frozen at the stage's edge. Without thinking, Harry stepped forward. Stop, he said. Leave him alone. The snake turned to look at him. And the entire hall went silent. Because Harry hadn't spoken English. He'd spoken Parseltongue, the language of serpents, the tongue of Salazar Slytherin himself. And every student in the room had heard him hissing at a conjured snake like he was having a conversation with it. Justin's face went white with terror. Snape vanished the snake with a sharp spell, but the damage was done. He's the heir, someone whispered. Potter's the heir of Slytherin. No, Harry said, but his voice was lost in the sudden roar of accusation and fear. The crowd surged away from him like he was contagious. Even Hermione and Ron looked shaken, though they moved to stand beside him. Harry, Hermione said carefully, did you know you could do that? No. The word came out hollow. I had no idea. The gift of Parseltongue, the castle said grimly. A rare ability, usually hereditary. The Dark Lord has it. The Slytherin line has always had it. But I'm not, I can't be, perhaps not by blood. But magic has ways of passing between souls that have nothing to do with ancestry. Harry thought of the scar on his forehead. Of the night Voldemort had tried to kill him and failed. Of the fragment of dark magic that his mother's sacrifice had somehow deflected. Oh no. We think so too. The next weeks were misery. Students avoided Harry in corridors, whispered behind their hands, crossed themselves when he passed like he was a curse walking. Even some of his Gryffindor classmates, people he'd thought were allies, treated him with suspicious distance. The heir of Slytherin. The Dark Lord's successor. The monster behind the attacks. None of it was true. But truth didn't matter when fear was involved. You need to prove it wasn't you, Hermione said one evening in the common room. Find the real heir. Expose them. How? The castle can't see into the chamber, and I can't exactly interrogate every student in Slytherin House. Actually, Hermione said slowly, I might have an idea about that. Her idea was insane. Polyjuice potion, a restricted concoction that could transform the drinker into someone else for an hour. Hermione proposed brewing it in secret, then using it to infiltrate the Slytherin common room and extract information from Draco Malfoy. He's been hinting about the heir since term started, she argued. If anyone knows something, it's him. This is incredibly dangerous, Harry said. Yes. And almost certainly against school rules. Definitely. And if we get caught, we'll be expelled. Hermione met his eyes steadily. People are being attacked, Harry. Students are lying in the hospital wing, petrified, and everyone thinks you're responsible. Are school rules really more important than stopping this? Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged. She's got a point, mate. He thought about the voice in the walls. The monster hunting through passages he couldn't reach. The fear that gripped the castle every time he felt that cold presence moving. Where do we start? The Polyjuice potion took a month to brew. They worked in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, an abandoned girl's lavatory haunted by a ghost who died there 50 years ago. Myrtle was delighted to have company, even if that company was technically breaking multiple laws. I died in this very stall, she told them cheerfully. Right there, by that toilet. Something looked at me, and I died. Something looked at you. Harry leaned forward. What was it? I don't know. I didn't exactly have time to study it before the dying part. Myrtle's face crumpled. No one ever asks about my death. They just want to use my bathroom. I'm sorry. Are you? She floated closer, her ghostly eyes suspicious. You're Harry Potter. The one everyone thinks is the heir. I'm not. I know. She drifted past him, leaving a chill in her wake. The heir killed me. 50 years ago, when the chamber was opened the first time. It wasn't you. Harry's breath caught. You were killed by whatever's in the chamber? I assume so. Something with great big yellow eyes. Myrtle shuddered. That's all I remember. Yellow eyes, and then nothing. Yellow eyes, Harry thought at the castle. Does that help identify it? Possibly. But many creatures have yellow eyes. We need more information. Working on it. The Polyjuice infiltration happened the night before Christmas break. Hermione's portion of the plan went wrong almost immediately. She'd accidentally used cat hair instead of human hair, and was now in the hospital wing sprouting fur and whiskers. But Harry and Ron successfully transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, Draco's constant companions, and made their way to the Slytherin common room. Draco was waiting, eager to share his knowledge with what he thought were his loyal minions. It's been 50 years since the chamber was opened, he explained, lounging in a green leather chair. Father says the last time, a mudblood died. Killed by the monster inside. Who opened it last time? Harry asked, fighting to keep his voice in Goyle's registers. Someone who was expelled. Hagrid, father thinks. He was only a third year, but he was always keeping dangerous creatures. Father's trying to find proof. Harry's heart sank. Hagrid? The gentle giant who'd first introduced him to the wizarding world. So you don't know who's opening it this time? Ron asked. Draco's expression soured. No. Father keeps hinting, but he won't tell me directly. I think he knows something, though. He's been having meetings at the manor, important people, whispering about purges and cleansing. What kind of cleansing? The school. Getting rid of the undesirables. Mudbloods, half-bloods, blood traitors. Draco's voice had taken on a dreamy quality. Father says when the heir finishes the work, Hogwarts will be as Slytherin intended. Pure. Harry felt sick. They extracted themselves as quickly as possible, the polyjuice wearing off as they fled back to the second floor. By the time they reached Myrtle's bathroom, they were themselves again, shaken, disturbed, and not much closer to answers. Hagrid, Ron said hollowly. They're going to blame Hagrid. He's innocent. We know that. But if Malfoy's father is digging for proof. Harry stared into the empty cauldron, thinking about the game of shadows playing out around him. Lucius Malfoy, pushing his agenda through the Board of Governors. The mysterious heir, commanding a monster through the castle's hidden depths. Hagrid, caught in the middle of something he didn't understand. And underneath it all, that cold voice whispering, kill, kill. Kill. The second term brought escalation. 2 more students were petrified, a Ravenclaw prefect and a Hufflepuff third year. The attacks were growing more frequent, more bold, as if whatever controlled the monster had grown confident in its immunity. Dumbledore was suspended. The Board of Governors, led by Malfoy, cited his failure to protect students and demanded he step down pending investigation. Harry fought the decision with everything he had, but without clear evidence of the real heir's identity, his arguments fell flat. The board has spoken, Lucius announced at the emergency assembly. Until such time as the threat is neutralized, Hogwarts will operate under the guidance of a ministry-appointed overseer. The overseer was Dolores Umbridge. She arrived with stacks of educational decrees and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Within a week, she'd banned student organizations, restricted movement between classes, and instituted a curfew that confined everyone to their common rooms after dinner. For your protection, she simpered. The ministry cares deeply about student safety. Harry watched her from across the great hall, feeling the castle's fury building like a thunderstorm. She's desecrating us, it said. Her rules, her restrictions, they go against everything we were built to be. I know. We could remove her. Make her quarters impossible to find. Turn the stairs against her. Drive her out. Not yet. If we move against her openly, it validates everything they've been saying about me. That I'm unstable, dangerous, unfit to be trusted with power. Then what do we do? Harry's jaw tightened. We find the heir. We stop the attacks. We prove that everything they've accused me of is a lie. How? I don't know yet. But I'm going to figure it out. The break came from an unexpected source. Ginny Weasley had been acting strangely all year, quiet, withdrawn, prone to sudden bouts of tears and unexplained absences. Harry had noticed but hadn't thought much of it, distracted by everything else demanding his attention. Then he found her diary. Not her personal diary, she'd been carrying a small black book. That radiated wrongness the moment Harry touched it. The castle recoiled from it, recognizing something dark and hungry in its pages. Destroy it, the castle urged. Whatever it is, it doesn't belong in our walls. Wait. Harry opened the diary. The pages were blank, but not empty. When he touched his quill to the paper, the ink vanished, absorbed into the parchment. And then words appeared, in handwriting that wasn't his. Hello, Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Who are you? My name is Tom Riddle. I have much to tell you about the Chamber of Secrets. The diary was a trap. Harry knew at the moment Riddle's words appeared. The wrongness radiating from the pages, the castle's visceral rejection, the too convenient timing, everything screamed danger. But the diary was also information. The only lead he had to the heir and the monster. So Harry played along. "Tell me about the chamber," he wrote. "I can do better than tell you," Riddle responded. "I can show you." The diary pulled him in. One moment Harry was sitting in the common room, the next, he was falling through darkness, tumbling into a memory preserved in ink and magic for 50 years. He landed in a corridor he recognized, the defense classroom, though the decorations were different, older. A young man stood nearby, handsome and dark-haired, watching as Armando Dippet argued with a much younger Albus Dumbledore. "The school cannot remain open," Dippet was saying. "A student has died. Parents are demanding action." "Closing Hogwarts will not bring the girl back," Dumbledore replied. "And it will not stop whoever is truly responsible." "Responsible? We know who's responsible. Hagrid is innocent." Dumbledore's voice was iron. "I've examined the evidence. A small acromantula could not have killed that girl." "Then what did?" "Silence." Harry watched Tom Riddle's face as the memory continued, watched the calculation there, the subtle triumph. This was the person who'd framed Hagrid. Who'd opened the chamber and killed a student and walked away without consequence. "Show me more," Harry demanded. The memory shifted. He saw Riddle following Hagrid through dark corridors. Saw the confrontation where Riddle exposed Hagrid's pet acromantula, Aragog. Saw Hagrid dragged away while Riddle accepted praise for his heroism. But underneath the false heroism, Harry saw something else. He saw Riddle speaking to shadows. Whispering in a language that sounded like Parseltongue. Standing at a sink in a girl's bathroom, Myrtle's bathroom, and commanding something to open. "You're the heir," Harry realized. "You opened the chamber. You killed that girl. Very good." Riddle's voice echoed through the memory, and suddenly the young man was looking directly at Harry. "I wondered if you'd figure it out." "Who are you?" "Really?" The memory Riddle smiled, a cold, terrible expression that transformed his handsome face into something monstrous. "I am the Dark Lord Voldemort. Or rather, a memory of him. Preserved in this diary at the age of 16, waiting for someone foolish enough to pour their soul into my pages. Ginny. She's been writing to me all year. Sharing her secrets, her fears, her hopes. And with each word, she gave me more of herself, more power to act, to influence, to command." Riddle's smile widened. "She opened the chamber for me. Wrote the messages on the walls. Did everything I asked, and couldn't remember any of it." Horror flooded through Harry. "Let her go." "Why would I do that?" Riddle stepped closer, and the memory bent around him, reality warping to his will. "She's given me almost enough power to leave this diary entirely. To become real again, flesh and blood, young and strong. I won't let you. You can't stop me." Riddle laughed. "You're trapped in my memory, Potter. I control everything here. And when I'm finished draining the last of Ginny Weasley's life force, I'll control everything out there too." Harry reached for the castle. "Help me." "Nothing." The diary's magic blocked his connection, isolating him in a prison of preserved memory. "You're alone," Riddle said. "As you've always been. The boy who lived, the boy everyone rejected, the boy whose own relatives locked him in a cupboard. No one is coming to save you." "Maybe not." Harry reached for something else, not the castle, but the other presence he'd felt all year. The thing beneath the door. The ancient force that had warned him about Voldemort. "Help me." The memory shattered. Harry woke on the floor of the Gryffindor common room, the diary smoking beside him. Hermione and Neville were kneeling over him, their faces pale with fear. "You screamed," Hermione said. "Then collapsed. We couldn't wake you. I know what's happening." Harry sat up, ignoring the pounding in his head. "The diary, it's Voldemort. A piece of him, preserved from when he was a student. He's been using Ginny to open the chamber." "Ginny?" Neville's voice cracked. "But she's being drained. Possessed. He's using her life force to become real again." Harry grabbed the diary, feeling its weakened magic pulse angrily. "We need to find the chamber. Now." "How?" "Myrtle." Harry stood, swaying slightly. "She died in her bathroom 50 years ago. That's where Riddle opened the chamber from. I saw it in his memory." They ran. Myrtle's bathroom was empty when they arrived, the ghost nowhere to be seen. But Harry knew where to look. The sinks. He examined each one until he found it, a small snake carved into the copper tap, barely visible unless you knew what to look for. "Open," he said in Parseltongue. The sink groaned and began to move, revealing a dark passage that descended into the depths of the castle. "Stay here," Harry told the others. "No." Hermione's voice was firm. "We're coming with you." "Hermione, together," Neville said. "Remember?" Harry looked at his friends, his true friends, who'd stood by him through accusations and fear and the worst months of his life. "Together," he agreed. They descended into the dark. The Chamber of Secrets was vast. Columns carved with serpents rose from a flooded floor, their stone eyes gleaming in the dim light. At the far end, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the space, its mouth open as if ready to speak. And lying at its feet, pale and still, was Ginny Weasley. Harry raced toward her, splashing through ankle-deep water. "Ginny! Can you hear me? She won't wake." The voice came from the shadows. Tom Riddle stepped into the light, looking more solid than memory now, almost real. He held Harry's wand, stolen somehow, though Harry couldn't remember dropping it, and his smile was the cold triumph of a predator closing on prey. "She's dying, Harry. Pouring the last of her life into me. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." "You're wrong." Harry straightened, facing the shade of the Dark Lord. "I'm not alone. I've never been alone." He felt the castle's presence, distant but there, straining to reach him through the chamber's ancient walls. "And I have something you don't." "Oh. What's that?" Harry smiled. "Friends who love me." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the letter he'd received that morning, the last message from his mysterious correspondent, arrived just before he'd found the diary. "When you face the heir in his chamber, remember, the King of Serpents can only be killed by the King of Beasts. Call the bird. Trust the sword. And whatever you do, don't look it in the eyes." Fire exploded overhead. Fawkes the Phoenix descended through the chamber in a blaze of gold and crimson, something silver clutched in his talons. The Sorting Hat tumbled to the ground beside Harry, and from within it, the hilt of a ruby-encrusted sword gleamed. Riddle's face contorted with rage. "Kill them," he screamed. "Kill them all." The statue's mouth opened. And the basilisk emerged. The fight was chaos. Harry grabbed the sword of Gryffindor, he realized, legendary weapon of his house's founder, and dove aside as 60 feet of serpent crashed toward him. Hermione and Neville scattered, seeking cover behind the great stone columns. Fawkes attacked the basilisk's eyes, tearing and clawing until the creature screamed with blind rage. But even blinded, it was deadly, following sound, smell, the vibrations of their footsteps through the flooded floor. Harry circled, keeping the columns between himself and the monster. "Think," he told himself. "You can speak to it. You can command it. Leave us alone," he hissed in Parseltongue. The basilisk's massive head swung toward him. "Cannot," it responded, its voice like stone grinding on stone. "Master commands. Must obey." Riddle isn't your master. He's using you. Heir commands. We obey the heir. I'm the heir too. Harry didn't know if it was true, but it felt true, the Parseltongue in his blood, the connection to this chamber, the way the basilisk had hesitated at his voice. I command you to stand down. Confusion rippled through the creature's consciousness. 2 heirs. Cannot be. Only one. There are always alternatives, Harry said. Always choices. You don't have to obey someone just because they claim authority over you. For a moment, just a moment, the basilisk wavered. Then Riddle's voice cracked through the chamber like a whip, kill him now. The compulsion broke through the basilisk's hesitation. It lunged, and Harry raised the sword. The blade caught the serpent in the roof of its mouth, driving upward through scale and bone and brain. The basilisk screamed, a sound that would haunt Harry's nightmares for years, and collapsed, its massive body crashing into the water. But one of its fangs had found its mark. Harry looked down at the fang embedded in his arm, already pumping venom into his veins. No. Riddle's voice had gone shrill. No. This isn't how it's supposed to end. Harry pulled out the fang, gasping at the pain. He could feel the venom working, fire spreading through his blood, his vision starting to blur. But he had one thing left to do. He drove the fang into the diary. Riddle screamed. Ink erupted from the pages like blood, and the shade of Tom Riddle began to dissolve, his carefully constructed form unraveling as the container that held him died. This isn't over, Riddle hissed. I am immortal. I will return. I will. He was gone. Harry collapsed beside Ginny's still form, feeling the venom reaching his heart. Castle, he thought weakly. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to make it back. Warmth pressed against his mind, the castle, finally reaching through the chamber's barriers. No, it said fiercely. We will not lose you. Not like this. Fawkes landed on Harry's chest. The phoenix leaned down and pressed its head to Harry's wound. Tears fell, golden, shimmering tears that sizzled against the venom's fire. Harry gasped as warmth flooded through him, pushing back the poison, healing the damage, pulling him back from the edge of death. Thank you, he whispered. Fawkes trilled softly. Beside him, Ginny stirred. They emerged from the chamber as heroes. The news spread through Hogwarts within hours. Harry Potter had faced the heir of Slytherin, killed the monster, and saved Ginny Weasley from certain death. The accusations and suspicions of the past months vanished like morning mist. Dumbledore was reinstated. The Board of Governors, faced with undeniable proof that their heir theories had been wrong, reversed their suspension order and accepted Malfoy's resignation as chairman. Umbridge was quietly recalled to the ministry, her educational decrees rescinded. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office the night after the battle, trying to process everything that had happened. The diary, Dumbledore said, examining the ruined book with grave eyes. A Horcrux. I had feared something like this existed, but to see it confirmed. A Horcrux. The darkest of magic. A piece of soul, split from the whole and hidden in an object. Dumbledore set the diary down. Voldemort must have created this during his time at Hogwarts. Which means there may be others. Harry felt cold. Others? It would explain his survival. The shade you encountered last year, the wraith clinging to Quirrell, that wasn't a ghost or a memory. It was a soul fragment, unable to truly die because part of it remained anchored to the living world. So even though Riddle is gone from the diary, Voldemort himself remains. Diminished, weakened, but present. Dumbledore's eyes were old and sad. This was always going to be a long war, Harry. But now at least we understand part of what we're fighting. Harry nodded slowly. The letter, he said. Someone's been sending me letters all year. Warning me about things before they happened. They knew about the chamber, the basilisk, what I'd need to survive. Do you know who? No. Just a symbol, a circle inside a triangle inside another circle. Harry traced the shape in the air. Mean anything to you? Dumbledore had gone very still. It does, he said quietly. But the explanation requires context that I'm not sure you're ready for. Professor, trust me on this, Harry. Please. The old wizard's voice was uncharacteristically vulnerable. Some knowledge carries weight that changes everything. When the time is right, I'll tell you what I know. Harry wanted to argue. But something in Dumbledore's face, an ancient pain, a burden carried for decades, made him hold his tongue. All right, he said. For now. Thank you. Dumbledore smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. And Harry, you did magnificently tonight. The castle is proud of you. As am I. The words warmed something in Harry's chest. I couldn't have done it without my friends. No. You couldn't. Dumbledore's smile grew more genuine. That's what makes you different from Tom Riddle. He sought power for himself. You share it with those you love. The end of term arrived with sunshine and celebration. The petrified students were revived, Hagrid was released from Azkaban with apologies, and the Gryffindor common room threw a party that lasted until dawn. Harry spent it surrounded by friends, Hermione and Neville, the twins and Ron, even Ginny, still recovering but determined to thank him properly. You saved my life, she said quietly, catching him near the fireplace. You saved mine first. Harry smiled. That night on the train, when I was looking for a compartment. You could have ignored me. I didn't know who you were then. That's why it mattered. Ginny's eyes glistened. Then she hugged him, quick and fierce, and disappeared into the crowd. Later, when the common room had finally emptied and Harry sat alone by the dying fire, the castle's presence wrapped around him like a blanket. Well done, young sovereign. We almost lost. But we didn't. You faced the heir in his chamber, killed his monster, and survived. The castle's warmth deepened. You're becoming what we need you to be. What's that? A leader. A protector. A king. Harry stared into the embers. I don't want to be a king. Perhaps. Not. But you will be one anyway. The question is what kind? What do you mean? There are kings who rule through fear. Kings who rule through force. Kings who rule because others have no choice. The castle paused. And there are kings who rule because their people choose to follow them. Because they inspire loyalty through wisdom and compassion and strength. Which kind am I? That's not for us to say. It's for you to decide. Harry closed his eyes. Outside the window, the first light of dawn was painting the sky. Another year at Hogwarts was ending. Another summer at the Dursleys awaited. But somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was plotting. The thing beneath the castle was watching. And the mysterious sender of letters was waiting to reveal themselves. The game of shadows continued. And Harry Potter was learning to play. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The enemy within the summer of Harry's 13th year began with fire. Not literal fire, though that would come later, but the burning sensation of the castle's bond stretched to its absolute limit. Every mile between London and Scotland felt like a wire being pulled taut, and by the time Harry arrived at Privet Drive, the connection was barely a whisper. Still here, the castle managed, its voice like static through a broken radio. Still here, Harry agreed. The Dursleys had been warned. Dumbledore's letter, delivered by Fawkes himself, leaving scorch marks on Uncle Vernon's favorite armchair, had made the situation perfectly clear. Harry was to be treated with basic human dignity, or there would be consequences. The letter hadn't specified what those consequences would be, but Aunt Petunia had gone white reading it, and Uncle Vernon hadn't raised his voice above a mutter in Harry's presence since. Small victories. Harry spent the first week of summer doing homework in his room, a proper room now, Dudley's second bedroom, though his cousin still resented the loss, and reading the letters that arrived with clockwork regularity. Hermione wrote about her family vacation to France. Neville sent pressed flowers from his grandmother's greenhouse. The twins' letters were reliably chaotic, containing everything from joke products to coded intelligence about the Order of the Phoenix, an organization they'd overheard their parents discussing. And the mysterious correspondent continued their cryptic guidance: the rat is not what it seems. The dog is innocent. When the time comes, trust your instincts over your eyes. Harry had no idea what any of it meant. But he kept the letters, adding them to the hidden collection beneath his floorboard. The real trouble started in the second week. Aunt Marge arrived on a Tuesday. Vernon's sister was everything Harry despised about the Dursleys concentrated into a single, bulldogish package. She bred dogs professionally, treated Harry like something she'd found on the bottom of her shoe, and spent every visit loudly opining about the failures of his parents. Bad blood, she announced at dinner on her third night, wine sloshing in her glass. That's what it is. The boy's father was probably a drunk, he wasn't. The table went silent. Harry hadn't meant to speak. The words had escaped before he could stop them, pulled out by rage he usually kept carefully controlled. Marge's piggy eyes narrowed. What did you say? My father wasn't a drunk. Harry's voice was quiet, but something in it made Dudley shift nervously. He was a brave man who died protecting his family. My mother too. Your mother. Marge snorted. From what Vernon's told me, she was the worst of the lot. Ran off with some unemployed layabout, got herself knocked up, then had the nerve to die and leave you as a burden on decent, hard-working. Harry's glass shattered. He hadn't touched it. Hadn't even looked at it. But accidental magic responded to emotion, and right now Harry's emotions were a thunderstorm barely contained. Don't, he said, talk about my mother. Marge opened her mouth to respond, and began to swell. It happened slowly at first, then faster, her body inflating. Like a balloon, buttons popping, seams splitting. She rose from her chair, still expanding, and bounced gently against the ceiling while screaming at a pitch that made the dogs howl. Harry watched in horror. What did I do? The castle's distant presence flickered with something that might have been amusement. Lost your temper. Understandable, given the provocation. Fix it. We can't. Too far away. You'll need to leave before the ministry arrives. Harry grabbed his trunk, always packed, always ready, and ran. The night bus found him on a dark street in Little Whinging. Harry had stuck out his wan hand without really thinking, and the violently purple triple-decker had appeared from nowhere, nearly running him over before screeching to a halt. Welcome to the night bus, announced a pimply young conductor. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. I'm Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your, blimey. Is that Harry Potter? No, Harry lied. I'm Neville Longbottom. Stan looked skeptical but didn't press. Harry paid his fare and collapsed onto a brass bed that slid alarmingly every time the bus changed direction. The Daily Prophet lay on the pillow beside him. Mass Murderer Sirius Black Escapes Azkaban. The headline screamed from the front page, accompanied by a photograph of a man with matted dark hair and hollow, haunted eyes. He looked mad, completely, irreversibly insane, and according to the article, he was the most dangerous prisoner to ever escape the wizarding prison. 12 Muggles killed with a single curse. Peter Pettigrew, loyal friend of James and Lily Potter, murdered in broad daylight. Black laughed as they took him away. Harry stared at the photograph. Something about the man's face tugged at his memory. Not recognition exactly, he'd never seen Sirius Black before, but a sense of familiarity, of connection, that he couldn't explain. The dog is innocent, his mysterious correspondent had written. Was this what they'd meant? The leaky cauldron was warm and welcoming after the chaos of the night bus. Tom the barkeep showed Harry to a room, asked no questions about why a 13-year-old was traveling alone at midnight, and provided a hot meal without being asked. Harry ate mechanically, his mind racing through possibilities. He'd performed underage magic. Badly, visibly, in front of muggles who definitely weren't supposed to know about the wizarding world. The Ministry would be coming for him. Unless they didn't. The owl arrived at dawn. Harry expected an expulsion notice. What he got was a politely worded letter from the Minister for Magic himself, assuring him that the incident had been handled, that Aunt Marge had been safely deflated and her memory modified, and that no charges would be filed. Given the current security concerns, the letter concluded, the Ministry feels it is in everyone's best interest for you to remain close to the wizarding community. Please enjoy the remainder of your summer in Diagon Alley. Harry read the letter 3 times. Security concerns, the castle echoed, its voice slightly stronger now that he'd moved closer to London's magical districts. They're worried about Black. They think he's coming after me. Obviously. His escape coincides with your summer break. The Ministry isn't subtle enough to believe in coincidence. But why would an escaped murderer be after me? Consider who he murdered. Peter Pettigrew was your parents' friend. Black betrayed them to Voldemort. The castle paused. Perhaps he's coming to finish what his master started. Harry stared at the photograph of Sirius Black. Those hollow eyes. That mad, broken expression. Maybe, he thought. Or maybe there's something else going on. Diagon Alley in August was a revelation. Harry spent 2 weeks wandering the magical shopping district, free for the first time in his life to explore without supervision or schedule. He visited Flourish and Blots daily, working through books on advanced defense, magical creatures, and the history of Azkaban. He watched the Quidditch supply store unveil the new Firebolt broomstick. He ate ice cream at Fortescue's and listened to the gossip of passing witches and wizards. Everyone was talking about Sirius Black. The stories varied wildly. Some said he'd killed 13 people with a single curse, laughing as they died. Others claimed he'd been Voldemort's right hand, the most trusted of the Death Eaters. A few whispered that he'd escaped specifically to find Harry Potter, to finish the job his master had started. Harry collected every scrap of information he could find. Sirius Black had been a pureblood from an ancient family, sorted into Gryffindor, best friends with James Potter through their years at Hogwarts. He'd been named Harry's godfather. He'd been the Potter's secret keeper, the one person who knew where they were hiding. And he'd betrayed them to Voldemort. That last fact stuck in Harry's mind like a splinter. Why would someone betray their best friend? He asked the castle one night, lying in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. Many reasons, the castle replied. Fear. Ambition. Ideological conviction. The Dark Lord was persuasive, and his followers believed they were building a better world. Did they? Believe it, I mean. Some did. Others simply wanted power. The castle's presence felt contemplative. We've seen many dark wizards pass through our halls. Not all of them were evil when they arrived. Some became evil. Others were simply lost. Which was Black? We don't know. He graduated before we were fully aware. But his family, the Blacks, were dark for generations. Perhaps he simply returned to his roots. Harry thought of Draco Malfoy. Of the casual cruelty that came so naturally to purebloods raised in prejudice. Or maybe he didn't. Meaning? The letters. My mysterious correspondent. They said, the dog is innocent. Harry sat up, mind racing. What if Black didn't betray my parents? What if someone framed him? That's a significant leap from a cryptic message. It is. But they've been right about everything else. Harry began to pace. The chamber, the basilisk, Riddle's diary, every time they've warned me, they've been telling the truth. Why would they lie about this? Unless the lie serves a purpose we don't yet understand. Or unless they're telling the truth and everyone else has it wrong. The castle considered this. It would explain the timing, it admitted. Black escaping now, after 12 years of captivity. If he were truly mad, truly devoted to the Dark Lord, why wait? Why break out at this particular moment? Because something changed. What? Harry thought about the articles he'd read. About the timing. About what had been different in the wizarding world this summer compared to every summer before. The photograph, he realized. In the Prophet. The one of the Weasleys winning the lottery and going to Egypt. What about it? Ron was in that photograph. And on his shoulder, Harry's breath caught. His rat. Scabbers. The rat he's had for 12 years. We don't follow. The rat is not what it seems. Harry grabbed his wand, his heart pounding. Black isn't hunting me. He's hunting Scabbers. Because Scabbers isn't a rat. Harry spent the remaining week of summer researching animagi. Witches and wizards who could transform into animals, taking on their forms completely while retaining human intelligence. The transformation was difficult, dangerous, and required registration with the ministry. The list of registered animagi in Britain was short, only 7 wizards in the 20th century. Peter Pettigrew wasn't among them. Neither was Sirius Black. But the books mentioned that unregistered animagi existed, hidden from ministry oversight. And one of Harry's research sessions turned up a reference that made his blood run cold: the Marauders, a group of Hogwarts students in the 1970s, known for elaborate pranks and their mysterious map of the castle. Rumors persist that several members were unregistered animagi, though no evidence has ever been confirmed. James Potter had been a marauder. So had Sirius Black. So had Peter Pettigrew. It fits, Harry thought, his mind working furiously. Pettigrew was an animagus. His form was a rat. When Black supposedly killed him, he actually escaped, transformed and fled, leaving behind nothing but a finger and some robes. And has been hiding as a pet rat ever since, the castle finished. Living with a wizarding family. Listening. Waiting. For what? The Dark Lord's return. Harry thought about Scabbers, the lazy, useless rat that Ron complained about constantly. The rat that had lived for 12 years, far longer than any normal rodent. The rat that was currently at the Weasley home, surrounded by people Harry cared about. I need to tell someone. Who would believe you? A theory based on cryptic letters and circumstantial evidence. Dumbledore might. Dumbledore will investigate at his own pace, in his own way, keeping you safely uninformed until he's ready to reveal what he's learned. The castle's voice was dry. That's his pattern. Then what do I do? Gather evidence. Wait for an opportunity. And when Black makes his move, if he makes a move. When, the castle repeated. He escaped for a reason. That reason is at Hogwarts. Sooner or later, he'll come for it. And I'll be ready. The Hogwarts Express left on September 1st, Harry shared a compartment with Hermione and Neville, deliberately avoiding Ron and his rat. It wasn't easy, Ron was clearly hurt by Harry's distance, but until Harry could confirm his theory, he didn't want to tip off Pettigrew that he was being watched. The train stopped unexpectedly somewhere in Scotland. The lights went out. Cold swept through the compartments, a deep, bone-numbing cold that had nothing to do with temperature. And then the door slid open, revealing a cloaked figure that seemed to drift rather than walk. Harry's scar didn't hurt. But something worse happened. He heard screaming. His mother's voice, begging, pleading, and then a flash of green light. The world went dark. He woke to chocolate being pressed against his lips. "Eat this," said an unfamiliar voice. "It'll help." Harry blinked. He was lying on the compartment bench, Hermione and Neville hovering anxiously above him. A man he didn't recognize sat opposite, shabby robes, scarred face, tired eyes that held more warmth than his appearance suggested. "What happened?" "Dementor," the man said. "Guards of Azkaban. They're searching the train for Sirius Black." His mouth twisted. Not the most effective approach, in my opinion. It made me, I heard, your worst memory. The man's eyes softened. Dementors force you to relive the darkest moments of your life. That's how they feed. Harry shuddered. I'm Professor Lupin, by the way. Your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Lupin smiled slightly. And you're Harry Potter. I'd know you anywhere, you look exactly like your father. Except for your eyes. Those are my mother's. Harry had heard that before. Did you know them? Something flickered in Lupin's expression, pain, quickly suppressed. I did. James and I were friends at school. Marauder, Harry thought. He was one of them. Professor Lupin. Hermione's voice was carefully casual. What exactly are Dementors? I've read about them, but the books are contradictory. Creatures of despair. Lupin's voice was measured, educational, but his eyes remained fixed on Harry. They feed on human happiness, draining it away until nothing remains but the worst parts of your psyche. Extended exposure leads to madness. Or worse. The Dementor's kiss, Neville whispered. Yes. They can consume souls, leaving the body alive but empty. Lupin shuddered. The Ministry uses them as prison guards because their presence is effective at preventing escape. Most prisoners in Azkaban are too broken to attempt flight. But Black escaped anyway. He did. Lupin's expression became unreadable. Which means he's either very strong, very mad, or very determined. Possibly all three. Harry watched the professor carefully. Was there something in his voice when he spoke of Black? Some shade of emotion that didn't match the official story? He knew Black, Harry realized. They were friends. And he doesn't believe the story any more than I do. Hogwarts welcomed him home. The castle's presence flooded through Harry the moment he crossed the threshold, warm and overwhelming after months of separation. Every stone sang with recognition, every corridor curved to greet him, and the ancient magic that bound them together pulsed with something almost like joy. We missed you. I missed you too. But the homecoming was marred by what Harry saw on the grounds, Dementors drifting at the boundaries, their cloaked forms barely visible against the dark sky. The Ministry had stationed them around the school, supposedly for protection. The castle hated them. They're wrong, it whispered as Harry walked toward the Great Hall. Their presence poisons us. Our magic recoils from them. Why are they here? Fear. The Ministry fears Black, fears what his escape represents. They've convinced Dumbledore to allow the creatures on our grounds. The castle's anger simmered. We allowed it only because refusing would have raised questions about your control. But they will not enter our walls. That is absolute. Understood. The welcome feast was tense despite Dumbledore's usual speech. Students whispered about the Dementors, about Black, about what was really going on. The Slytherins seemed particularly smug. Harry caught Draco Malfoy pantomiming a fainting spell several times, clearly mocking Harry's reaction on the train. He ignored it. There were bigger concerns. Like the rat currently sleeping in Ron's pocket. The first week of term established a pattern. Classes proceeded normally, Lupin's defense lessons were actually excellent, a refreshing change from Lockhart's narcissism, while Harry observed Scabbers from a careful distance. The rat behaved like a rat, sleeping and eating and occasionally gnawing on something. But there were moments when Harry caught it watching the entrance to the common room, or twitching at sudden noises, that seemed far too alert for a simple pet. Is there any way to force an animagus to transform? Harry asked the castle. Several. But all require either the animagus's consent or overwhelming magical force. If you simply attack the rat, you'd either reveal yourself as paranoid or alert Pettigrew to escape. So I need him to reveal himself. Or provide evidence that makes others investigate. Harry thought about that. The Marauders had created a map of Hogwarts, He'd read about it in his research. A map that showed everyone in the castle, by name, regardless of disguise or transformation. Do you know where the Marauder's map is? The castle hesitated. We've felt it. A magical artifact bound to our stones, showing things we could never reveal ourselves. But it was confiscated years ago. Filch has it in his office. Then I need to get it. That would be theft. Would it? The map was made by students who loved this place. They'd want it used to protect the castle, not rotting in a filing cabinet. A pause. Then the castle's presence warmed with something like approval. There's a passage behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. It leads directly to Filch's office. Use it after midnight, when he's patrolling the third floor. Harry smiled. Thank you. The map was everything he'd hoped. Spread across its surface was a perfect representation of Hogwarts, every corridor, every classroom, every secret passage rendered in precise detail. And moving through the corridors, tiny labeled dots showed every person in the castle. Harry watched his own dot first, labeled Harry Potter, standing alone in an abandoned classroom. Then he panned across the parchment, searching. The Gryffindor common room held a cluster of dots. Ron's was there, and beside it, Peter Pettigrew. Harry's heart stopped. The name was clear, unmistakable. Not Scabbers but Peter Pettigrew, the man supposedly murdered 12 years ago, currently occupying the exact position where Ron's rat would be sleeping. I was right. He spent the next hour watching Pettigrew's dot, tracking its movements through the common room. When Ron went to bed, the dot followed. When other students passed nearby, the dot remained still, but not too still. Once, when a loud noise echoed from somewhere below, Pettigrew's dot moved sharply toward the portrait hole before stopping. The behavior of a man hiding, not a sleeping animal. Now what? Harry asked the castle. Now you plan. Pettigrew has survived 12 years by being cautious. If you confront him directly, he'll flee. You need to trap him. How? We have some ideas. The trap took 3 weeks to prepare. Harry couldn't act alone. Pettigrew was too wary, too likely to notice a threat before it materialized. He needed allies. People he could trust absolutely. Hermione was first. He showed her the map late one night in the library, pointing out Pettigrew's dot where it shouldn't be. Her eyes went wide. That's impossible. Pettigrew died, did he? Harry pulled out his research on animagi, spreading it across the table. Look at this. The Marauders were all animagi. James Potter was a stag. Sirius Black was a dog. And Peter Pettigrew was a rat. Hermione's voice had gone quiet. He faked his death. Framed Black. And has been hiding as Ron's pet for 12 years. That's my theory. It's more than a theory. It explains everything. Hermione's mind was clearly racing. Why would an innocent man escape from Azkaban? Because he finally saw proof that Pettigrew was alive, the photograph in the Prophet. Black's not hunting you. He's hunting the real traitor. Exactly. We need to tell someone. Dumbledore will investigate at his own pace. Harry's voice was firm. And while he's investigating, Pettigrew will realize something's wrong and run. We need to catch him before that happens. How? I'm still working on that. Neville was next, then the twins, each one shocked by the revelation but willing to help once they understood the stakes. They formed a loose surveillance network, watching Scabbers' movements through the day while Harry tracked him on the map at night. The rat never did anything obviously wrong. But he never did anything obviously right, either. He's waiting, Fred observed during one of their planning sessions. Watching. Like he's expecting something. The Dark Lord's return, George agreed. Pettigrew sold out the Potters to get in with Voldemort. Maybe he's hoping his master will come back and reward him. Then we need to move before that happens. Harry studied the map, watching Pettigrew's dot drift through the Gryffindor common room. Saturday night. There's a Hogsmeade weekend, and most of the students will be away. It's our best chance. What's the plan? Harry smiled grimly. We're going to force him to transform. Saturday arrived cold and grey. Most of the school departed for Hogsmeade after breakfast, leaving the castle quiet and empty. Harry watched them go from a window in the library, waiting until the flow of students slowed to a trickle. It's time, the castle said. Harry found Ron in the Gryffindor common room, playing chess against himself while Scabbers dozed on a nearby cushion. Harry. Ron looked up, surprised. Thought you'd be in Hogsmeade. Changed my mind. Listen, Ron, I need to talk to you about something. What's up? Harry glanced at the rat. Pettigrew's dot on the map hadn't moved, but he could swear the animal's breathing had changed. Not here. Can we go somewhere private? Sure, mate. Ron scooped up Scabbers without thinking. Where do you want to go? The room of requirement. They walked through empty corridors, past classrooms where the silence felt almost physical. Harry kept his hand near his wand, watching for any sign that Pettigrew suspected what was coming. The room of requirement appeared as Harry needed it, a large chamber with stone walls and a single door, impossible to escape without passing through the threshold. The door closed behind them. And Harry pointed his wand at the rat. Put him down, Ron. What? Ron stared at him. Harry, what's going on? The rat. Put him on the floor. You're mental, Ron. Harry's voice cracked through the room. Trust me. Please. Something in his tone made Ron obey. He set Scabbers on the stone floor, stepping back with confused worry on his face. The rat didn't move. Reveal yourself, Pettigrew, Harry said clearly. I know what you are. Nothing. Harry, mate, I think you've lost it, show yourself, or I'll force the transformation. Harry raised his wand. I know the spell. It won't be pleasant. For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to change. It happened slowly at first, the creature's body stretching, limbs elongating, features shifting in ways that made Ron cry out in horror. Within seconds, a man stood where the rat had been, small and balding, with watery eyes and a thin, pointed face. One hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew looked at Harry with an expression of desperate cunning. Harry, he said, his voice squeaky and ingratiating. Harry, you have to understand, I never meant for any of it, your parents, they were my friends, I had no choice, the Dark Lord would have killed me, you betrayed them. Harry's voice was ice. You sold them to Voldemort. And then you framed Sirius Black for your crimes and hid like a coward for 12 years. I had to. You don't know what it was like, the Dark Lord was everywhere, his followers, I was afraid, my mother died screaming because of you. Pettigrew flinched. The door to the room opened. Remus Lupin stepped through, followed by Sirius Black. The explanation took hours. Black had been hiding on the ground since the start of term, living on rats and determination, waiting for a chance to get to Pettigrew. Lupin had suspected something was wrong the moment he saw the rat on the map. One night, patrolling Hogwarts for Dumbledore, he'd noticed a name that shouldn't exist walking through Gryffindor Tower. I didn't believe it at first, Lupin admitted. Peter was dead. Everyone knew that. But the map doesn't lie, it can't. It shows magical signatures, not appearances. So you contacted Black. I found a way. Lupin's eyes were haunted. He'd written to me from Azkaban, years ago. Letters I never answered because I believed he was guilty. But once I knew Pettigrew was alive, everything changed. Black's voice was raw, broken by 12 years of Dementors and despair. James was my brother in everything but blood. I would never, could never, I can't even say it. Then who was the secret keeper? Ron demanded. He'd been silent through most of the explanations, staring at the man who'd been his pet with growing horror. Everyone says it was you. That was the trick. Black laughed bitterly. James wanted me. I was the obvious choice, his best friend, too stubborn to break. But we were afraid I'd be targeted. So at the last moment, we switched to Peter. He was the one nobody would suspect. And nobody did, Lupin finished. Until now. Harry looked at Pettigrew, who was cowering against the wall, rat-like even in human form. What happens to him? Trial. Lupin's voice was firm. A real one, this time. With Veritaserum and proper evidence. Sirius never got that, he was thrown into Azkaban without so much as a hearing. And Black goes free. If Pettigrew confesses. If the Ministry accepts the truth. Lupin hesitated. It won't be easy. Fudge has built his career on Black being guilty. Admitting the mistake would be political suicide. Then we'll make it impossible to ignore. Harry's voice was cold. Hermione. The contingencies we discussed. Hermione stepped forward from the shadows where she'd been waiting. The letters are already sent, she reported. Daily Prophet, Witch Weekly, Quibbler, and half a dozen international publications. By morning, every wizarding newspaper in Europe will have the story, including signed testimony from 5 students who witnessed Pettigrew's transformation. Lupin stared at her. You planned for this? Harry planned for this. Hermione's smile was thin. We just helped with the execution. Black looked at Harry with something like wonder. You're not like James, he said slowly. He would have charged in, wand blazing, and hoped for the best. You think? I've learned that thinking is usually better than charging. Usually. Black's haunted face softened slightly. Your mother was the same way. She'd planned for weeks before acting, making sure every angle was covered. Harry's throat tightened. Tell me about them, he said. Someday. When this is over. I will. Black's voice was a promise. I have years of stories saved up. You deserve to hear every one. The trial was a circus. Fudge fought against it every step of the way, but the international coverage made refusal impossible. Pettigrew was dosed with Veritaserum and confessed to everything, the betrayal, the framed job, 12 years hiding as a rat while an innocent man rotted in prison. Sirius Black was exonerated. The announcement came during a special evening edition of The Prophet, and the Great Hall erupted in chaos. Students who'd spent months fearing the escaped convict suddenly had to reckon with the fact that he'd been innocent all along. Harry watched the reactions carefully. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, though Harry caught a flicker of something that might have been approval, or calculation. Snape looked like he'd swallowed something foul, his hatred for Black clearly undiminished by evidence of innocence. And Lupin, sitting at the staff table, wiped his eyes when he thought no one was looking. We did it, Harry thought at the castle. You did it, it corrected. We merely provided support. I couldn't have done it alone. No. That's rather the point. Harry smiled slightly. The letter arrived that evening, delivered by a nondescript owl that disappeared before anyone could question it. Well done. The innocent walks free, and the guilty faces justice. But the rat was only one piece on the board. The game continues. Trust your godfather. He knows more than he realizes. And remember, the shadows gather. What rises next will test everything you've built. Prepare. Harry showed the letter to Sirius the next morning. They met in an empty classroom, Sirius still technically a wanted man until the Ministry processed all the paperwork, forced to hide in the castle rather than walk freely. He read the message with narrowed eyes. You've been getting these all year. For 2 years now. Since my first term. And you have no idea who's sending them? None. Harry watched his godfather's reaction. But they've never been wrong. Every warning, every piece of guidance, it's all been accurate. That's what worries me. Sirius set down the letter. In my experience, people who know the future either have access to prophecy or access to the people making the future happen. Neither option is particularly comforting. You think they're dangerous? I think they're powerful. Sirius met Harry's eyes. And power without accountability is always dangerous. Even when it seems helpful. Harry considered that. The symbol at the bottom of the letters. A circle inside a triangle inside another circle. Does it mean anything to you? Sirius went very still. Where did you see that symbol? Every letter. Right at the end, like a signature. Harry. Sirius's voice had changed, gone serious in a way Harry hadn't heard before. That symbol is old. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than most of the wizarding traditions we take for granted. It represents something, a group, an idea, that most people consider a myth. What group? Sirius hesitated. The Hallows, he said finally. The Deathly Hallows. 3 legendary artifacts, supposedly created by death itself, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. The symbol represents all 3. Harry's blood ran cold. The Cloak of Invisibility? Why? Because I have one. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. It was my father's. Dumbledore gave it to me my first year. Sirius stared at him. Harry, he said slowly, if your cloak is one of the Hallows, the real cloak, then we're not just talking about some anonymous well-wisher sending you helpful letters. We're talking about someone connected to powers that supposedly don't exist. What does it mean? I don't know. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, still matted and wild from Azkaban, despite attempts to clean up. But I intend to find out. And Harry, yes. Be careful who you trust with this information. The Hallows have attracted seekers for centuries. Most of them were obsessed. Many of them were dangerous. He paused. And some of them are still alive. The school year ended quietly. Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban. Sirius was formally cleared of all charges and moved into a small cottage near Hogsmeade, close enough to visit but far enough to avoid scandal. Lupin resigned, his condition as a werewolf had been revealed by an anonymous tip, almost certainly Snape, but he left with dignity, promising to stay in touch. Harry said goodbye to his friends at King's Cross, knowing the summer ahead would be different. He wouldn't be going back to the Dursleys. Sirius had offered him a home, a real home, with someone who actually wanted him there. The legal paperwork was still being processed, but Dumbledore had assured them it would be complete before September. You'll be distant this summer, the castle observed as Harry boarded the train. Yes. But not as far as before. And not alone. We're glad. You deserve happiness, young sovereign. So do you. We are happy when you are happy. That's how the bond works. Harry smiled and settled into his compartment. Outside the window, Hogwarts receded into the distance, towers and turrets and ancient stone, waiting for his return. And beneath it, that impossible door still held against the darkness pressing from the other side. But that was a problem for another day. Today, Harry was going home. Real home. And for the first time in his life, that meant something good. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Siege of Secrets. The summer at Grimmauld Place was nothing like Harry had expected. Sirius's ancestral home was a nightmare of dark magic and darker memories, a townhouse in London that had belonged to the Black family for generations, stuffed with cursed artifacts, screaming portraits, and one extremely hostile house elf named Creature. Charming, isn't it? Sirius said dryly on Harry's first day, gesturing at the troll-leg umbrella stand and the mounted heads of deceased house elves lining the stairwell. The noble and most ancient house of Black. Makes the Dursleys look positively welcoming. It's. Harry searched for a diplomatic word. Historical. It's a monument to generations of pureblood supremacy and dark magic. Sirius kicked a cursed music box that had started playing something ominous. I hate this place. But it's the only property I still own that the Ministry can't seize, so here we are. Despite the grim surroundings, Harry found himself happy. For the first time in his life, he was living with someone who actually wanted him there. Sirius wasn't perfect, he was still recovering from Azkaban, prone to dark moods and sudden bursts of manic energy, but he tried. He cooked breakfast, badly. He told stories about James and Lily, endlessly. He treated Harry like family instead of a burden. The castle's presence was distant but steady, a warm pulse at the edge of Harry's consciousness. They communicated in fragments, impressions rather than full thoughts, but the connection held. "You're healing," the castle observed one night as Harry lay in his dusty bedroom, listening to Sirius play old records downstairs. "So is he. Good. You both needed this." The letters from his mysterious correspondent continued, arriving with perfect regularity despite the wards around Grimmauld Place. The tournament approaches. Champions will be chosen. You will not be among them, but you will be involved. The enemy gathers strength. The cup is the key. When it activates, be ready. Trust your godfather. Trust your friends. But above all, trust yourself. Harry showed each letter to Sirius, who studied them with growing unease. The tournament, Sirius muttered one evening. The Triwizard Tournament. I'd heard rumors it was being revived, but I didn't think, what's the Triwizard Tournament? An ancient competition between Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. 3 schools, 3 champions, a series of deadly tasks. Sirius's expression darkened. It was discontinued centuries ago because too many champions kept dying. And they're bringing it back. Fudge is desperate for good publicity after the Pettigrew fiasco. What better way to distract from Ministry incompetence than an international spectacle? Sirius shook his head. But if your correspondent is right, if there's something wrong with the tournament, then I need to be careful. You need to be more than careful. Sirius met his eyes. These letters have been accurate so far. If they're warning you about the tournament, there's a reason. Harry nodded slowly. The cup is the key, he thought at the castle. We don't know what that means, it admitted. But we'll watch carefully. So will I. The Quidditch World Cup was chaos incarnate. Harry attended with Sirius and the Weasleys, camping on a hillside with thousands of other witches and wizards, surrounded by magic and excitement and the kind of joyful insanity that only came from mixing alcohol with national pride. The match itself was spectacular, Ireland versus Bulgaria, Victor Krum versus the Irish Chasers, a game that lasted 3 hours and ended with Bulgaria catching the snitch but Ireland winning on points. The attack came after midnight. Harry woke to screaming. Dark figures in masks and hoods were moving through the campsite, wands raised, cursing tents and setting fires. Above them, 4 Muggle bodies floated in grotesque mockery, the campsite manager's family, being paraded like trophies. Death Eaters, Sirius breathed. He'd gone pale, memories of the last war flickering behind his eyes. They're back. They never left. Harry was already moving, wand in hand. They just went underground. The chaos was total. Ministry officials were trying to respond, but the attackers were organized, striking and retreating before anyone could mount a proper defense. Harry saw Arthur Weasley dueling a masked figure, saw the twins helping younger students escape, saw Hermione dragging a stunned first-year toward the Trilene. And then he saw the sky. A shape was forming in the clouds, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, glowing sickly green against the darkness. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's sign. No, Harry whispered. The attackers vanished the moment the mark appeared, disapparating away into the night. But the message had been sent. After 13 years of silence, Voldemort's followers had made their presence known. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. Hogwarts welcomed Harry back with warmth and worry. The castle's presence flooded through him the moment he crossed the threshold, full of urgent information and barely contained anxiety. "Something is wrong," it said immediately. "The wards have been tampered with." Tampered how? Subtle changes. Permissions added for people who shouldn't have them. Modifications to the protections around certain objects. The castle's awareness sharpened. Someone has been preparing our defenses to fail. Who? We don't know. The changes were made carefully, over time, by someone with legitimate access to our systems. Harry's blood ran cold. A teacher? Possibly. Or an administrator with ward access. A pause. Or someone using polyjuice to impersonate such a person. Can you fix the changes? We already have. But the fact that they were made at all is concerning. Harry spent the first week of term on edge, watching teachers and staff for signs of impersonation or betrayal. Everyone looked normal. Everyone acted normal. But someone in the castle was working against them. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the welcome feast, confirming Harry's correspondence prediction. 3 schools, 3 champions, a series of dangerous tasks. The Goblet of Fire would choose the champions, bound by magical contract. Anyone whose name emerged would be required to compete. There's an age line, Dumbledore explained. Only students 17 and older may enter. This is for your protection. The tasks are designed for fully trained witches and wizards. Harry caught the old wizard's eye across the hall. He knows something's wrong too, the castle observed. He's been checking the wards personally. But he hasn't found what we found. Should I tell him? Perhaps. But first, we should understand more about what's happening. The delegations from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arrived on October 30th. The Durmstrang students came on a ship that emerged from the Black Lake, their headmaster a thin, severe man named Igor Karkaroff who looked at Harry with an expression of barely concealed fear. He was a Death Eater, the castle informed Harry. Reformed, supposedly. He bought his freedom by naming names. And now he's headmaster of Durmstrang. Politics make strange bedfellows. The Beauxbatons students arrived in a powder blue carriage pulled by enormous winged horses. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, was nearly as tall as Hagrid and considerably more elegant. Among the Beauxbatons students was a silver-haired girl who made Ron walk into a wall. Fleur Delacour, Hermione said, her voice carrying a note of annoyance. Partvilla, apparently. That's why the boys are all acting like idiots. Harry was aware of the girl's supernatural beauty. It was hard not to be, but the castle's presence seemed to buffer him against the worst of the Vila allure. We've always protected you from enchantments that affect the mind, it explained. This is no different. Useful. We try. The Halloween feast was tense with anticipation. Students crowded the Great Hall, watching the Goblet of Fire with hungry eyes as it prepared to choose its champions. Dumbledore approached the cup. Blue flames erupted, and a singed piece of parchment shot into the air. The champion for Durmstrang. Victor Krum. Applause. The famous Quidditch player rose and disappeared into the champion's antechamber. Another eruption. Another parchment. The champion for Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour. More applause. The silver-haired girl glided away with perfect grace. A third eruption. The champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers. Cedric, handsome, capable, everything a champion should be, made his way toward the antechamber with humble dignity. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. The goblet erupted again. Silence fell like a hammer. Dumbledore caught the 4th parchment, his face draining of color as he read the name. Harry Potter. The chaos that followed was almost worse than being entered. Accusations flew from every direction. Karkaroff demanded investigation. Maxime suggested Harry had cheated. Snape's expression suggested he agreed. Even Dumbledore looked at Harry with something approaching disappointment. "I didn't enter myself," Harry said for the 20th time. "I didn't ask anyone to enter me. I don't want to compete." "The goblet is a binding magical contract," said Barty Crouch, the ministry official overseeing the tournament. His eyes were feverish, his voice clipped. "Mr. Potter must compete, regardless of how his name was entered." "Surely there's some way," McGonagall started. "There isn't." Crouch's tone brooked no argument. "The rules are clear. 4 champions will compete. This is final." Harry was dismissed to the champions' antechamber, where 3 pairs of eyes regarded him with varying degrees of hostility. "Did you really enter yourself?" Cedric asked quietly. "No." The Hufflepuff studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "I believe you," he said. "But you understand why others won't." Harry understood perfectly. Someone had entered his name in the Goblet of Fire. Someone had wanted him in this tournament badly enough to overcome age restrictions and confound one of the most powerful magical artifacts in existence. "The cup is the key," his correspondent had written. Whatever was coming, Harry was now at the center of it. The backlash was immediate. Students who'd supported Harry for 3 years suddenly turned on him, convinced he'd somehow cheated his way into the tournament. Slytherin badges appeared reading, "Potter stinks." Gryffindors who should have known better refused to meet his eyes. Even Ron was distant. "I know you didn't enter yourself," Ron said one night in the common room, his voice stiff. "But everyone keeps asking me how you did it, and I don't know what to tell them." "Tell them the truth." "The truth makes me look like an idiot. Like I'm just Harry Potter's sidekick who doesn't know anything." Harry stared at his friend. "He's jealous," the castle observed. "Not of the tournament, of the attention. He spent his whole life overshadowed by his brothers. Now he's overshadowed by you. That's ridiculous." "Is it?" "He's the 6th son in a family of overachievers. Everything he accomplishes, one of his brothers has already done better. And now his best friend is the most famous wizard of their generation." A pause. "Jealousy isn't rational, Harry. But it's very human." Harry tried to explain. Tried to make Ron understand that being famous wasn't fun, wasn't something he'd ever wanted, was actually a curse more often than a blessing. It didn't help. Ron walked away, and Harry was left alone. Hermione stayed. She helped him prepare for the first task, research, strategy, endless hours in the library searching for any advantage. When Rita Skeeter's poisonous articles started appearing in the Prophet, painting Harry as a fame-hungry attention seeker, Hermione was the one who tracked down the reporter's illegal animagus status and threatened to expose her. "I won't let her destroy you," Hermione said fiercely. "You've worked too hard for everything to be torn apart by tabloid gossip." "Thanks, Hermione. Don't thank me yet. We still don't know what the first task is." Hagrid showed him. Dragons. For nesting mothers, brought to Hogwarts for the champions to face. The task was simple: retrieve a golden egg from the dragon's nest without dying. "They've gone mad," Harry said flatly, staring at the Hungarian horntail through the trees. "Actually, genuinely mad." "We agree," the castle said. "But the rules are what they are. You must compete." "Any suggestions?" "Several. But the best one involves your natural advantages." Harry spent the next week preparing. He practiced the summoning charm until he could call objects from across the castle. He studied dragon behavior, looking for weaknesses and patterns. He consulted with Charlie Weasley via OWL, getting professional insight into how to handle a nesting mother. And he talked to the dragon. Not literally, dragons weren't intelligent the way humans were. But they could understand simple concepts, emotions, intentions. Harry snuck out to the enclosure the night before the task and approached the horntail slowly, carefully, reaching out with the same instinct that let him speak to snakes. "I don't want your eggs," he projected. "I just need the fake one. The gold one. Let me take it and leave you alone." The dragon's massive head swung toward him. For a long moment, they stared at each other, the most dangerous creature in the magical world and the boy who was supposed to face her. Then the horntail huffed, a sound that might have been acknowledgement, and turned away. "She won't attack first," Harry told the castle. "But if I threaten her eggs, she'll destroy everything in reach. Including you. Then I won't threaten her eggs." The first task began with a cannon blast. Harry walked into the arena, 50,000 spectators watching, and faced the Hungarian horntail across a rocky terrain dotted with fake boulder and real danger. The dragon's eyes found him immediately. "Remember," he thought at her. "The gold one. That's all I want." He raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. The broom came screaming out of the castle, crossing the distance in seconds. Harry mounted it in mid-air, spiraling upward as the crowd gasped. The horntail watched but didn't attack. Harry circled the nest, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. Non-threatening. The golden egg gleamed among its real counterparts, obvious and artificial. He descended. The dragon's head tracked his movement, fire building in her throat. Harry felt the heat radiating from her scales, the primal power coiled in every muscle. But she didn't strike. He landed at the edge of the nest, reached out slowly, and picked up the golden egg. The crowd went insane. Harry mounted his broom and flew away, the dragon's gaze following him until he was out of range. When he landed, his hands were shaking. "You talked to it," Hermione said afterward, her eyes wide. "I watched you. Before the task started, you went to the enclosure and talked to the dragon. I asked her not to kill me. And she listened." Harry shrugged. Apparently. He'd tied for first place with Crumb. But more importantly, he'd survived, and he'd done it without violence, without destruction, by understanding his opponent instead of fighting her. "Impressive," the castle said. "Not many wizards would think to negotiate with a dragon. Most wizards don't have a castle teaching them to see things from different perspectives." True. The golden egg contained a clue to the second task, delivered in the form of screeching that was completely incomprehensible above water. Cedric helped him figure it out. They'd formed an unlikely alliance after the first task, both champions recognizing that the tournament's true enemy wasn't each other. Cedric shared what he knew about the egg, and Harry shared his suspicions about sabotage. "You think someone entered you deliberately?" Cedric asked one evening, studying the egg in the prefect's bathroom. "To hurt you? Or to get me somewhere specific? The tasks are designed to be dangerous. Someone might be planning to use that. That's paranoid. I've had 3 years of people trying to kill me. Paranoia keeps me alive." Cedric was quiet for a moment. "The song mentions mere people," he said finally. "The Black Lake. Something taken that you'll sorely miss. Hostages. Probably." Cedric's jaw tightened. "Who would they take from you?" Harry thought about it. Hermione. Ron, despite their current distance. Sirius. The people he loved most. "I need to be ready." He spent the next weeks learning everything he could about underwater magic. Gillyweed, bubblehead charms, transfiguration techniques, he practiced until he could survive for an hour beneath the lake's surface. The castle helped. "There are passages," it revealed. "Ancient tunnels that connect to the lake's bottom. We could show you the route, let you bypass the standard approach." "That would be cheating. Would it? You didn't enter this tournament. You're not bound by its rules in spirit, only in letter." "Still feels wrong." "Then we won't mention it again." The castle's presence felt almost proud. Your honor does you credit. The Yule Ball was a complication Harry hadn't anticipated. As a champion, he was required to attend, and to have a dance partner. The prospect of asking someone was more terrifying than facing a dragon. Just ask someone, Hermione said, exasperated. It's not that difficult. Easy for you to say. You've already got a date. Hermione flushed. That's different. Is it? In the end, Harry asked Parvati Patil, a Gryffindor classmate who was nice enough and unlikely to read too much into the invitation. The ball itself was awkward but manageable, highlighted by Hermione's stunning appearance with Viktor Krum and Ron's spectacular sulking. You could have asked her, the castle observed as Harry watched Hermione glide across the dance floor. She's my friend. That doesn't preclude romance. It does for now. Harry turned away from the dancing. There's too much else happening. The castle accepted this without argument. The second task came on February 24th. Harry dove into the Black Lake at the cannon blast, Gillyweed transforming his lungs into something that could breathe underwater. The cold hit him like a physical force, but he pressed on, swimming downward into the murky depths. He found the hostages at the bottom of the lake, 4 figures suspended in enchanted sleep, bound to a statue in the Merpeople's village. Hermione was there, as he'd expected. So was a young girl who must be Fleur's sister, Cho Chang for Cedric, and a Durmstrang student for Krum. Harry cut Hermione free. Then he waited. The other champions were taking too long. Krum arrived and retrieved his hostage, but Cedric and Fleur were nowhere to be seen. The hour was almost up. Leave, the Merpeople chief said, his voice carrying through the water. Your hour ends. Take your hostage and go. What happens to the others if their champions don't come? We do not harm humans. They will be returned when the task ends. Harry hesitated. The smart move was to leave. Take Hermione, secure his points, let the tournament officials handle the rest. No one would blame him. But Fleur's sister was 8 years old, terrified even in enchanted sleep. And somewhere above, Fleur was probably injured or lost, unable to reach her. Harry cut the little girl free. He surfaced 30 seconds past the deadline, earning second place for his moral fiber, but losing points for poor time management. Fleur threw her arms around him, sobbing with gratitude. Hermione looked at him with something soft in her eyes. Ron approached afterward. That was stupid, he said quietly. Going back for the others. Probably. But also. Ron swallowed. Brave. Really brave. Thanks. A long pause. I've been an idiot, Ron admitted. About the tournament, about everything. You didn't ask for any of this. No. I'm sorry. The word seemed to cost him. I was jealous, and scared, and I took it out on you. Harry considered his friend, really considered him, flaws and strengths and everything in between. Apology accepted, he said. Ron's shoulders sagged with relief. Their friendship wasn't completely healed. But it was a start. The third task was a maze. A massive hedge maze, filled with creatures and obstacles, and the Triwizard Cup at its center. First champion to reach the cup won. Harry entered the maze with his wand raised and his senses on high alert. Something was wrong. The castle's presence, usually steady and warm, had gone sharp with warning. Someone has tampered with the cup, it said urgently. We can't see what they've done, but the magical signature is wrong. Can you stop me from touching it? Not at this distance. You're beyond our direct reach. Then I'll have to be careful. Harry navigated the maze methodically, dealing with creatures and obstacles as they came. A boggart. A sphinx with riddles. A spider the size of a small car. He found Cedric near the center. The Hufflepuff was injured, a deep cut on his arm, his robes torn, but still moving. They'd been competing against each other for months, but in this moment, they were just two students trying to survive. The cups. Ahead, Cedric panted. We're close. There's something wrong with it. What? I don't know. But it's been tampered with. Harry met Cedric's eyes. We should both approach carefully. They moved forward together. The cup gleamed in a clearing at the maze's heart, a golden trophy on a stone pedestal, beautiful and terrible in the torchlight. We take it together, Cedric said. A Hogwarts victory, either way. Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to stop. The castle's warnings echoed in his mind. His mysterious correspondent had said the cup was the key, but the key to what? Cedric, wait, but the Hufflepuff had already reached for the trophy. Harry lunged. His hand closed on the cup a split second after Cedric's. The world dissolved. They landed in a graveyard. Ancient headstones rose from overgrown grass, names and dates worn away by centuries of weather. A manor house loomed on a distant hill, dark and abandoned. Where are we? Cedric's voice was tight with fear. What happened? Portkey. Harry's blood had gone cold. The cup was a portkey. Movement in the shadows. A figure emerged from behind a massive gravestone, small, hunched, carrying something bundled in dark cloth. Harry recognized him instantly. Peter Pettigrew. Kill the spare, said a high, cold voice from the bundle. Pettigrew raised his wand. Cedric, down. Harry tackled the Hufflepuff just as green light screamed over their heads, the killing curse, missing them by inches. Run! Harry screamed. Get to the cup. But Pettigrew was already casting again, spells flying faster than thought. Harry rolled, deflected, countered, years of training crystallizing into desperate action. Help, he screamed at the castle. We're trying. Something's blocking us. The wards here are ancient, hostile, another killing curse. Harry dove aside, pulling Cedric with him. Enough. The voice from the bundle was ice and hatred combined. The boy is mine, Wormtail. Secure the other. Ropes erupted from Pettigrew's wand, binding Cedric before he could move. Harry spun to face the new threat, and froze. The bundle was opening. Something was emerging, a small, twisted form, barely human, with red eyes that burned with ancient malice. Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered. We meet again. They bound Harry to a headstone and began the ritual. Pettigrew worked with desperate efficiency, gathering ingredients and chanting words that made Harry's scar feel like it was splitting open. A bone from Voldemort's father, harvested from the grave beneath Harry's feet. Flesh from the servant, as Pettigrew cut off his own hand with a silver knife. And blood from the enemy, Harry's blood, drawn forcibly from his arm. The cauldron boiled. The air screamed. And Voldemort rose. Tall, skeletally thin, with chalk-white skin and red eyes that held no humanity at all. He stood in the graveyard, fully restored, and laughed. I am returned. Harry struggled against his bonds. The killing curse failed 13 years ago, Voldemort said, pacing closer. Your mother's protection, her sacrifice, it saved you. But no longer. He raised his wand. Your blood runs through my veins now. Her protection is mine. Nothing stands between us. Then kill me. The words came out flat, challenging. Voldemort paused. First, we must have witnesses. He pressed his wand to the dark mark on Pettigrew's arm. Dark shapes began appearing, Death Eaters, operating in from across Britain, summoned by their master's call. They formed a circle around the graveyard, masked and robed, watching the scene with hungry anticipation. My friends, Voldemort said softly. I have returned. The Death Eaters knelt. 13 years I wandered, less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. But I never gave up. I knew I would return. I knew my faithful would be waiting. He began to pace among them, calling names, mocking those who had denied him, praising those who had remained loyal. Harry used the time to work at his bonds. The ropes were tight, magical, designed to resist escape. But the castle had taught him things, subtle magics, ways of working with power that most wizards never learned. He let his mind expand outward, touching the ancient energy of the graveyard. This was old ground, soaked in death and memory. The magic here wasn't friendly, but it wasn't hostile either, it simply was. Help me, Harry thought, reaching out to the land itself. I don't belong to him. I belong to life, to the living, to the castle that claims me. Something answered. Not words, not consciousness, just a loosening, a weakening of the rope's grip. Harry twisted his wrists, felt the bonds give way. Voldemort was still speaking, lost in his own triumph. Harry's hand closed on his wand. Now, Voldemort said, turning back to face him, we finish what we started. Harry raised his wand. Their spells met in mid-air. Gold light erupted from the connection, twin cores, phoenix feathers from the same bird, creating something that shouldn't have been possible. The beams intertwined, lifting both wizards off the ground, forming a dome of golden power that the Death Eaters couldn't penetrate. Priori incantatem, the castle whispered from impossibly far away. The reverse spell effect. His wand is being forced to show its previous spells. Shapes began emerging from Voldemort's wand. Pettigrew's severed hand, ghostly and translucent. The old man from the manor on the hill. More victims, more ghosts, stretching back through years of murder. And then, Harry. His mother's voice. Lily Potter emerged from the wand, translucent and beautiful, her eyes the same green as his. Hold on, Harry, she said. Just a little longer. James appeared beside her. You're doing brilliantly, son. We're so proud of you. When the connection breaks, run for the cup, Lily instructed. It will take you back. Get Cedric and run. I can't leave, you must. Her voice was firm. You can't defeat him here, not tonight. But you will. One day, you will. Harry's eyes burned. I love you, he said. We know. Both his parents smiled. Now run. Harry broke the connection. He rolled, grabbed Cedric, still bound but conscious, and sprinted for the cup. Stop them. Voldemort screamed. Curses flew. Harry dodged, deflected, kept running. His hand closed on the cup. The graveyard vanished. They crashed into the maze to chaos. The crowd was screaming. Officials were running. Dumbledore was pushing through toward them. He's back, Harry gasped. Voldemort. He's back. Cedric was unconscious but alive, the ropes had vanished with the transport, and aside from his earlier injuries, he was unharmed. Harry stood on shaking legs. He's back, he repeated. The cup was a portkey. Pettigrew was there. Death Eaters, dozens of them, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were blazing. Come with me. A rough hand grabbed Harry's shoulder. Come, Potter, growled Mad-Eye Moody. Let's get you somewhere safe. Something in the touch felt wrong. Harry looked at the old aura, the scarred face, the magical eye spinning wildly, and felt the castle's distant warning surge. That's not Moody. I'll go with Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, pulling away. Nonsense, boy, you're in shock, I said no. Moody's face twisted. For just a moment, his features seemed to blur, not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough for Harry. Polyjuice. Dumbledore. Harry shouted. It's not Moody. He's an imposter. The fake Moody lunged. Dumbledore moved faster. One spell, precisely aimed, and the imposter crumpled. Within seconds, his features began to change, the scarred flesh smoothing, the magical eye falling away to reveal a face Harry didn't recognize. "Barty Crouch Jr., Dumbledore breathed. "I thought you were dead." The man laughed, high, unhinged, triumphant. "The Dark Lord kept me safe," he said. "Kept me hidden. I served him faithfully. I put Potter's name in the goblet. I guided him through the tasks. I made sure he touched that cup. And now? And now it doesn't matter." Crouch's eyes were wild. "He's back. The Dark Lord has returned. And nothing, can stop what's coming." The Aurors took him away. Harry sat on the grass, surrounded by chaos, and felt the weight of everything pressing down on him. Voldemort was back. The war had begun. And nothing would ever be the same. The aftermath was a hurricane. Fudge refused to believe the truth, convinced that Harry was lying or deluded or part of some elaborate conspiracy. Without Ministry support, Dumbledore was forced to act alone, reforming the Order of the Phoenix, reaching out to old allies, preparing for a conflict that most of the wizarding world refused to acknowledge. Harry returned to Hogwarts for the last weeks of term, but the castle felt different now. The joy had drained away, replaced by tension and fear. "The war is here," the castle said one night as Harry walked its corridors alone. "Whatever peace we knew is over." "I know. Are you ready?" Harry thought about the graveyard. About his parents' ghosts, their last words of encouragement. About Cedric, nearly killed because someone wanted to use Harry as a tool. "No," he admitted. "But I will be." "How?" "By doing what I've always done. Finding allies. Building strength. Learning everything I can." He paused. "And trusting the people who've stood by me." The mysterious letter arrived that night. "You survived. Against all odds, against an enemy fully restored, you survived. The war has begun in earnest now. The Ministry will deny, the public will doubt, but those who matter know the truth. The next years will be hard. You will lose people. You will face choices no one should have to make. But you will not be alone. Trust the castle. Trust your friends. Trust yourself. And remember, the one power the Dark Lord knows not is love. It saved you in the graveyard. It will save you again. The Hallows await. When the time comes, you'll understand." Harry folded the letter and added it to his collection. Outside his window, the sun was rising over Hogwarts, another day in a world that had changed forever. But the castle still stood, ancient and strong, and somewhere in its depths, the door to something unimaginable remained sealed. There was work to do. Harry Potter, Sovereign of Hogwarts, began to plan. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Sovereign's Dawn. The summer after Voldemort's return was the longest of Harry's life. Grimmauld Place had become the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, a constant flow of witches and wizards passing through its dark corridors, whispering about attacks and disappearances and a ministry that refused to acknowledge the truth. Harry was stuck in the middle of it, too young to attend meetings but too important to be sent away. The castle's presence was a distant comfort, stretched thin across the miles but never quite absent. "They're planning without you," it observed one evening as Harry sat alone in Sirius's old bedroom. "Making decisions about your life without asking your input." "I know. Does that bother you?" "Yes. But I understand why." Harry stared at the ceiling, tracking the cracks in the ancient plaster. "They're scared. Scared of Voldemort, scared for me, scared of what happens if they make the wrong choice. Fear makes people controlling. You sound like you've thought about this." "I've had nothing but time to think." The letters from his mysterious correspondent had slowed over the summer, only 2 had arrived, both warning of the same thing: the Ministry will move against you. Stand firm. The truth will out. When the darkness comes, remember what lies beneath Hogwarts. The door weakens. Something must be done. Harry had shared the second letter with Dumbledore, who had gone very still reading it. "You've known about the door," the headmaster said slowly. "The thing beneath the castle. Since my first year. The old magic showed me. And you've said nothing until now? You never asked." Harry's voice was flat. "And you've never been entirely honest with me either, Professor. I didn't see the point in sharing secrets that would just become more pieces on your chessboard." Dumbledore flinched. It was a small movement, barely perceptible, but Harry caught it. "I deserve that," the old wizard admitted. "I've kept things from you. Important things. Out of a desire to protect you, to give you a childhood before burdening you with the weight of prophecy." "Prophecy? There is a prophecy about you and Voldemort. Made before your birth, heard by a spy who reported it to his master." Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, tired. "It's why Voldemort came for your family. Why he's hunted you ever since." "What does it say?" "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives. "So one of us has to kill the other," Harry said quietly. "That's what it means. That's what it seems to mean. Prophecies are notoriously ambiguous. But you believe it. I believe Voldemort believes it. And his belief has shaped every action he's taken since he first heard those words." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I should have told you sooner. I should have trusted you with the truth instead of trying to shield you from it. I was wrong." Harry absorbed this. The weight of the prophecy settled onto his shoulders, another burden, another responsibility, another destiny he hadn't asked for. "The power the Dark Lord knows not," he said slowly. "What is it?" "I believe it's love." Dumbledore's voice softened. "Your capacity for love, for connection, for caring about others even when it costs you. That's something Voldemort has never understood and never will." "Love," Harry thought at the castle. "The one magic he cannot comprehend," it agreed. "We've known this since the beginning. Love bound you to us. Love will save you in the end." The ministry moved against him 3 weeks before term. Harry was called to a disciplinary hearing for performing magic in front of a Muggle, a ridiculous charge based on an incident where Mundungus Fletcher had abandoned his guard duty, forcing Harry to cast a Patronus when Dementors attacked him in Little Whinging. The hearing was a farce. Fudge presided over a full Wizengamot assembly, treating a case of legitimate self-defense like a capital crime. Umbridge was there, her toad-like face gleaming with anticipation. Witnesses were dismissed, evidence was ignored, and the outcome seemed predetermined. Harry defended himself. Not with lawyers or advocates, but with the same calm certainty he'd shown at his first hearing 3 years ago. He explained the situation clearly, answered questions directly, and refused to be intimidated by the hostile atmosphere. "The Dementors were sent by someone," he said when Fudge tried to dismiss the attack as impossible. "They don't wander by accident. Someone in this ministry ordered that attack." The accusation landed like a bomb. Fudge's face went purple. Umbridge's smile froze. And in the gallery, Harry caught Amelia Bones nodding slightly. "These are serious allegations," Bones said. "Without evidence. The evidence is that Dementors attacked a Muggle neighborhood where I happened to be staying. The evidence is that someone knew my location. The evidence is that this hearing was scheduled for the wrong time and wrong courtroom, clearly hoping I would miss it and be convicted in absentia." Harry stood, facing the full Wizengamot. "I didn't ask for this war. I didn't ask to be famous, or important, or the target of the darkest wizard in a century. But I will not be silenced by a ministry more interested in protecting its reputation than protecting its people." The vote was close, too close for comfort, but Harry was cleared of all charges. Fudge was furious. The war between Harry Potter and the Ministry of Magic had officially begun. 5th year at Hogwarts was a siege. Umbridge came as defense against the dark arts professor, a ministry appointment designed to bring the school under government control. Her first act was to announce that there would be no practical magic in her class, only theory from ministry-approved textbooks. Her second act was to become High Inquisitor. Educational decrees rained down like curses. Student organizations were banned. Teachers were subjected to inspection. Any mention of Voldemort's return was forbidden, punishable by detention. Her detentions involved a blood quill. Harry discovered this the hard way, lines carved into the back of his hand until they scarred, "I must not tell lies." He didn't tell anyone. "You're hiding the injury," the castle observed one night as Harry sat alone in the room of requirement, bandaging his hand. "Why?" "Because if Sirius finds out, he'll do something stupid. If Dumbledore finds out, Umbridge will claim I'm lying. If anyone finds out, it becomes a weapon they can use against me. That's not a good reason to suffer in silence. It's the only reason I have." The castle was quiet for a long moment. "We could stop her," it said finally. "Make her quarters impossible to find. Turn the stairs against her. Drive her out. You suggested that last year. I said no. The situation has changed. She's hurting you. She's hurting everyone." Harry flexed his injured hand, watching the words fade to pale scars. "And if we use force against her, we prove everything the ministry's been saying about me. That I'm unstable. Dangerous. Unfit to be trusted with power. Some would say those accusations are worth accepting if it means protecting yourself. Some would be wrong." Harry began organizing. The Room of Requirement became headquarters for Dumbledore's army, a secret defense group teaching students the practical magic Umbridge refused to provide. Hermione handled recruitment. Ron handled logistics. And Harry handled training, drawing on everything he'd learned in 4 years of surviving the impossible. They practiced disarming and shielding, stunning and binding. They learned to cast patron uses, to fight as a unit, to think tactically under pressure. By Christmas, the DA was 30 strong and growing. Umbridge hunted them relentlessly. Her inquisitorial squad, Draco Malfoy and his cronies, granted authority to dock points and assign detentions, prowled the corridors looking for rule-breakers. Her network of informants spread through the student body like a cancer. But the castle protected its own. Passages opened when DA members needed them and closed when inquisitors approached. Stairs rearranged themselves to confuse pursuers. Doors stuck at crucial moments, giving students time to escape. "You're enjoying this," Harry observed after one particularly dramatic rescue. "We haven't had this much excitement in centuries," the castle admitted. "It feels good to fight for something that matters. Even if it's dangerous. Especially because it's dangerous. What's the point of power if you never use it for good?" The connection with Voldemort was getting worse. Harry had always felt his scar, the link between them, forged the night his parents died. But now the connection was active, sending him visions of Voldemort's thoughts and actions, pulling him into the Dark Lord's mind without warning. He saw Death Eater meetings. He witnessed torture. He experienced Voldemort's rage and triumph and cold, calculated cruelty from the inside. The visions were driving him mad. "A clemency," Dumbledore said when Harry finally admitted what was happening. "The art of closing your mind against external intrusion. Severus will teach you." The lessons with Snape were a disaster. The potions master attacked Harry's mind with brutal efficiency, tearing through memories and emotions without mercy. Harry fought back as best he could, but the connection with Voldemort kept interfering. Every time he tried to close his mind, the link pulled open wider. "You're not trying," Snape snarled after one particularly brutal session. "I am trying." "Then try harder. The Dark Lord will exploit this connection. He'll send you false visions, manipulate your emotions, use you as a weapon against everything you care about. I know that. Do you? Snape's dark eyes glittered. Because from where I stand, it looks like you're too busy playing hero with your little club to focus on the one skill that might actually save your life. Harry stormed out. He's not wrong, the castle said quietly. I know. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes, fighting the headache that always followed occlumency lessons. But I can't just abandon the DA. Those students they need you alive. They need you functional. They need you capable of leading them when the real fighting starts. The real fighting has already started. No. What's happening now is skirmishes. Preparation. The real war hasn't begun yet. The castle's presence felt heavy with foreknowledge. When it does, you'll need every advantage you can find. Harry returned to occlumency. He hated every minute of it, hated Snape's cruelty, hated the vulnerability, hated feeling Voldemort's mind pressing against his own. But he kept going, night after night, building walls that crumbled and rebuilding them stronger. Slowly, painfully, he began to learn. The vision came on a June evening. Harry was in the middle of his astronomy OWL when pain exploded through his scar and the world dissolved. He was in the Department of Mysteries, a vast chamber filled with shelves of glowing spheres. Sirius was there, bound and bleeding, while Voldemort stood over him with wand raised. Tell me how to retrieve the prophecy, Voldemort said, or he dies. The vision broke. Harry gasped back to consciousness in the astronomy tower, his classmates staring at him in alarm. Sirius, he managed. He's got Sirius. What followed was chaos. Harry gathered the DA members he trusted most, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley, and flew to London on stolen Thestrals. They broke into the Ministry of Magic, navigated the Department of Mysteries, and found the Hall of Prophecies. Sirius wasn't there. It was a trap, Hermione breathed. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows. Lucius Malfoy led them, his silver mask gleaming in the dim light. Behind him were faces Harry recognized from the graveyard, Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, a dozen more. The prophecy, Potter, Malfoy said smoothly. Hand it over, and perhaps we'll let your friends live. Harry's hand closed on the glass sphere that held his fate. No. They fought. The DA had trained for this, practiced spells and tactics, learned to work as a team. But the Death Eaters were experienced killers, and the students were hopelessly outmatched. The running battle raged through the Department of Mysteries, past the Time Room and the Death Chamber. And the Hall of Brains. Students fell, stunned, injured, separated in the chaos. Harry found himself alone with Neville, cornered by a circle of Death Eaters. Give me the prophecy, Malfoy repeated. You want to know what it says? Harry raised the sphere. Fine. Let me tell you. He threw it at the ground. The sphere shattered. The prophecy's words whispered into the air and dissolved, lost forever. Malfoy's face contorted with rage. Kill them. The doors burst open. Order members flooded in, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, more. The battle exploded into full-scale war, curses and counter-curses filling the air with deadly light. Harry fought beside Sirius, back to back, wand to wand. I thought he had you, Harry gasped between spells. I saw, Voldemort planted that vision. Sirius deflected a curse that would have killed Harry. The Order was watching, Snape warned us you'd gone, Bellatrix Lestrange appeared before them. Hello, cousin, she crooned, her mad eyes gleaming. Come to play. Their duel was vicious, Sirius matching her curse for curse, driving her back with fierce determination. Harry tried to help, but other Death Eaters kept forcing him away. He saw the moment it happened. Sirius ducked under a curse, laughed at Bellatrix's frustration, and took a killing curse to the chest. Time stopped. Harry watched his godfather fall backward through the veil of death, the ancient archway in the center of the death chamber, gateway to whatever lay beyond. Sirius's expression was surprise, almost peaceful, as the darkness swallowed him. No. Harry lunged for the veil. Lupin caught him, held him back, while Harry screamed and struggled and tried to follow the only family he'd ever known into the dark. He's gone, Harry. He's gone. No, no, he can't be, I can save him, there's nothing to save. Lupin's voice broke. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Rage flooded through Harry like fire. He tore free and sprinted after Bellatrix, following her through the Department of Mysteries, through the Ministry atrium, wand raised and murder in his heart. Crucio. The curse connected. Bellatrix screamed, writhing on the marble floor, and Harry felt nothing but savage satisfaction. You have to mean it, Potter, she gasped through her pain. You have to want to cause suffering, I do. No. A new voice, cold and familiar. You don't. Not really. Voldemort stood in the atrium. His red eyes studied Harry with something approaching interest. I felt that curse through our link, the Dark Lord said. Such hatred. Such fury. You have more in common with me than you'd like to admit. I'm nothing like you. No. Voldemort raised his wand. We'll see. The duel was brief and brutal. Harry was exhausted, grieving, operating on pure rage. Voldemort was calm, calculated, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Within minutes, Harry was on the ground, wand lost, completely at the Dark Lord's mercy. Now, Voldemort said, you die. He raised his wand. And Dumbledore appeared. The battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort was like nothing Harry had ever seen. Two of the most powerful wizards alive, facing each other across the Ministry atrium, their spells clashing in cascades of light and force. The very air seemed to bend around them, reality straining under the weight of their combined power. Harry crawled behind a fountain, trying to recover. Help me, he thought desperately at the castle. We're trying. The castle's presence was straining, stretching across impossible distance. But you're too far. We can barely reach you. Then reach harder. We're not strong enough alone. Then don't be alone. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of everyone who'd stood by him. Hermione and Ron, fighting Death Eaters even now. Neville, who'd come despite his fear. Luna and Ginny, brave beyond their years. The Order members, risking everything to save him. He thought of Sirius. Love, his mother had said in the graveyard. Love is the only magic that matters. The one power the Dark Lord knows not. Harry opened himself. Not to the castle alone, to everything. To the connections he built over 5 years, the bonds of friendship and loyalty and love. He felt Hermione's fierce intelligence, Ron's stubborn courage, Neville's quiet strength. He felt the DA members scattered through the Ministry, still fighting. He felt the castle, impossibly distant, pouring everything it had into their link. And he felt something else. Deep beneath Hogwarts, the door pulsed. The thing behind it stirred. The boy calls to us, it whispered. The sovereign reaches out. Help me, Harry thought at it. I know you're not my friend. I know you want the door opened. But Voldemort, the Dark One. Yes. We feel him too. The ancient presence shifted. He broke himself to cheat death. Shattered his soul and scattered the pieces. Such perversion of the natural order offends even us. Then help me stop him. A long pause. We cannot help you kill him. That is not our nature. But we can show you something. The vision came. Harry saw Voldemort's soul, not the creature before him, but the truth of what he'd become. A soul torn into fragments, each piece hidden in a different object, a diary, destroyed, a ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, a snake. And something else. A fragment lodged in Harry himself, buried in his scar the night Voldemort had tried to kill him. The prophecy's true meaning, the ancient voice said. Neither can live while the other survives. You share a soul, child. Until that connection is severed, neither of you can truly die. How do I sever it? You must destroy what he has created. Every fragment. Including the one within yourself. But that would mean, yes. Death. Your death, or something very like it. The vision faded. Harry opened his eyes. Voldemort was losing. Dumbledore had driven him back, forced him onto the defensive. But the Dark Lord was still fighting, still dangerous, still capable of murder. Harry pushed himself to his feet. Tom. His voice carried across the atrium. Voldemort spun, red eyes blazing. What did you call me? Your name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The name your mother gave you before she died giving birth to you in an orphanage. Harry stepped forward. You've spent your whole life running from that name. From the humanity it represents. I am beyond humanity, you're broken. Harry's voice was calm, certain. You've shattered your own soul, scattered pieces of yourself across Britain, and you still can't escape what you really are, a frightened boy who was never loved and never learned how to love in return. Silence. Voldemort's curse flew wide. His hands were shaking. I know what you've done, Harry continued. I know about the Horcruxes. The diary was the first, I destroyed it myself. And I'll find the others. Every single one. Until there's nothing left of you but memories and ashes. You can't, watch me. Voldemort looked at Harry, really looked, for perhaps the first time. What he saw made him recoil. This isn't over, the Dark Lord hissed. He vanished. The Aurors arrived moments later. Fudge stood in the middle of the devastated atrium, surrounded by evidence of Voldemort's return that he could no longer deny. His face was grey with shock. He's back, the minister whispered. He's really back. Harry turned away. He had a godfather to mourn and a war to fight. The funeral was private. Only Order members attended, a small gathering in the garden of Grimmauld Place, under grey skies that matched Harry's mood. There was no body to bury, Sirius had passed beyond the veil, gone to wherever souls went when they left the world. Harry stood apart from the others, watching the ceremony without really seeing it. We're sorry, the castle said. We know how much he meant to you. He was my family. The only real family I ever had. You have family still. The bonds you've built, Hermione, Ron, the others, they're not less real for lacking blood. I know. Harry's eyes burned. But it's not the same. No. It's not. Dumbledore spoke to him afterward. There are things I need to tell you, the old wizard said. About the Horcruxes, about what must be done. But first, he paused. I want you to know that I'm proud of you, Harry. What you did in the ministry, facing Voldemort, understanding the truth about his soul, that took courage beyond anything I could have hoped for. I didn't do it alone. No. You never do. Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been tears. That's your greatest strength. Greater than any prophecy, any magic, any ancient power. You inspire people to stand beside you. It doesn't feel like strength right now. It will. The old wizard touched Harry's shoulder. Give yourself time to grieve. But don't give up. The war isn't over, and we need you. Harry nodded slowly. The Horcruxes, he thought at the castle. That's what comes next. Yes. We'll help you find them. All of them. All except one. The castle's presence felt heavy. The fragment in your scar, we don't know how to remove it without killing you. Maybe that's the point. Harry stared at the grey sky. Maybe that's what the prophecy really means. Neither can live while the other survives, because I have to die to take him with me. Perhaps. Or perhaps there's another way. The castle wrapped around him like an embrace. We'll find it together. Sixth year was preparation for war. Dumbledore took Harry into his confidence at last, sharing memories of Voldemort's past, teaching him about the Horcruxes and how they might be destroyed. They hunted together, following trails that led to ancient hiding places and terrible protections. The ring was found in the Gaunt Shack, cursed so badly that it was killing Dumbledore even as he destroyed it. How long? Harry asked when he saw the blackened, withered hand. A year. Perhaps less. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Enough time to finish what we've started. There has to be something, there isn't. Some prices cannot be avoided. The old wizard smiled sadly. I've made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Let me do this one thing right. They found the locket in a cave by the sea, or thought they did. The real locket had been taken years earlier, replaced with a fake by someone who signed their note with the initials RAB, Regulus Arcturus Black, Harry realized. Sirius's brother. The real locket was in Grimmauld Place. Creature had taken it years ago, unable to destroy it, keeping it hidden in his nest of treasures. Harry ordered him to give it up, and the house elf obeyed, weeping, confessing the story of how Regulus had died trying to thwart the Dark Lord. 2 Horcruxes down. 4 to go. Plus the one in me, Harry thought. We haven't given up on finding another way, the castle assured him. I know. But I have to be ready. Just in case. The attack on Hogwarts came on a June night. Draco Malfoy had spent the year working on something. Harry had watched him on the Marauder's map, tracked his movements, reported his suspicions to Dumbledore. But the headmaster had insisted on letting the situation develop, trusting that Draco could be saved from whatever task Voldemort had given him. The task was murder. Draco had been ordered to kill Dumbledore. He succeeded in getting Death Eaters into the castle through a vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement. They flooded into Hogwarts, fighting the Order members and DA students who rose to stop them. Harry fought beside his friends through corridors he knew better than anyone. The castle was with him completely now, not distant, not strained, but fully present, guiding his steps and warning of dangers before they materialized. Tower, it urged. Dumbledore is on the astronomy tower. Something is wrong. Harry ran. He arrived to find Dumbledore disarmed, his wand fallen somewhere in the darkness. Draco stood before him, wand raised, unable to pull the trigger on the murder he'd been ordered to commit. You don't have to do this, Dumbledore was saying. There's another way. We can protect you, protect your family. He'll kill them if I don't, he'll kill them anyway. That's what he does. Dumbledore's voice was gentle despite his weakness. You're not a murderer, Draco. You're a boy who made choices under pressure from people who should have protected you instead of using you. Draco's wand wavered. Snape appeared on the tower. Severus. Dumbledore's voice held something Harry had never heard before: peace, resignation, relief. Please. Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Dumbledore fell. Time stopped. Harry watched the greatest wizard of the age tumble from the tower, robes billowing, eyes already empty of life. He felt something shatter inside him, another loss, another piece of his family torn away. Snape grabbed Draco and ran. Harry chased them. Through the battle raging in the corridors, past students and Death Eaters locked in desperate combat, out onto the grounds where Snape was making for the gates. Coward! Harry screamed. You murdered him. Snape spun. His face was twisted with something that looked almost like pain. Don't call me a coward, he hissed. Their duel was brief, Harry throwing everything he had at the man who'd killed his mentor, Snape deflecting every spell with contemptuous ease. You can't beat me, Potter. I know every curse you might use, I taught them to you. Then I'll find something else. Harry reached for the castle. Power flooded through him, ancient magic, older than wands, older than incantations. The stones beneath their feet trembled. The air crackled with energy that made Snape's eyes widen. "What, the castle stands with me," Harry said. "And you're not welcome in its halls anymore." The grounds themselves rose against Snape. Roots erupted from the earth, grasping at his legs. The very air grew heavy, pushing him toward the gates. The wards that had protected Hogwarts for a millennium flexed their power, rejecting the murderer from their embrace. Snape fled. Harry let him go. There would be time for vengeance later. Right now, there was a battle to finish and a body to recover. He walked back toward the castle, the ancient magic settling around him like armor. The war was here. And Harry Potter was ready to fight. The next year was hunting. Harry didn't return to Hogwarts as a student. He had work to do, Horcruxes to find, a Dark Lord to destroy, a prophecy to fulfill. Hermione and Ron came with him, leaving behind their families and futures to stand at his side. They found the locket first, the real one, which they'd already secured. Destroying it took months, but eventually Ron managed it, driving the sword of Gryffindor through the twisted soul fragment while Harry held it open. The cup was in Gringotts. They broke into the most secure vault in the wizarding world, escaped on a dragon, and destroyed the Horcrux before the Death Eaters could stop them. The diadem was at Hogwarts. Harry returned to the castle for the final battle, not as a student, but as a sovereign coming home. The old magic recognized him instantly, flooding through his veins with power that made even Voldemort pause. The Battle of Hogwarts lasted a single night. Every student who could fight did. Every Order member, every ally, every person who believed in a world without darkness stood against the Death Eaters who came to destroy everything they loved. Harry faced Voldemort in the Great Hall. The entire school watched as they circled each other, the boy who lived and the Dark Lord, prophecy made flesh, the final confrontation that had been building for 17 years. "You've destroyed my Horcruxes," Voldemort said. "All of them. Even the one in your scar, I felt it die in the forest when you walked to your own death. And walked back." Harry's voice was steady. "Your curse couldn't hold me. The protection my mother gave me, the love she died for, it's stronger than anything you could create." Love. The word was a sneer. "You think love will save you? It already has. It saved me when I was a baby. It saved me in the graveyard. It saved me in the ministry." Harry raised his wand. "And it's going to save me now. Nothing can save you." Voldemort cast. Harry cast. The Elder Wand, in Voldemort's hand, but never truly his, turned against its wielder. The killing curse rebounded, striking the man who'd spent decades fleeing death. Tom Riddle died as he had lived, alone, unloved, and utterly defeated. The war was over. The castle healed slowly. Stones that had crumbled were rebuilt. Wards that had failed were restored. The dead were mourned, the living celebrated, and the world began to move forward into an uncertain future. Harry stood in the headmaster's office, his office now, though he still couldn't quite believe it. "You didn't have to accept the position," Hermione said. She was sitting nearby, helping sort through decades of Dumbledore's accumulated paperwork. "No one would have blamed you for walking away. This is my home." Harry touched the stone wall, feeling the castle's warm response. "It's been my home since I was 11. I couldn't abandon it." Hogwarts has a new headmaster, then. The youngest in history. And the strangest. Harry smiled. A headmaster who actually talks to the building. "We prefer sovereign to headmaster," the castle observed. "But we'll accept whatever title you prefer." "How about friend?" "Friend," the castle agreed. "We like that." The mysterious letters had stopped after the war. Harry had never discovered who sent them, never found the person who'd guided him through 7 years of trials with cryptic advice and impossible foreknowledge. But he suspected he knew. The Deathly Hallows were real. He'd held all three of them at once, master of death itself, before choosing to leave the stone in the forest and the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's tomb. Perhaps death itself had been watching out for him. Or perhaps some things were better left mysterious. The door beneath Hogwarts remained sealed. Whatever ancient force lurked behind it had gone quiet after the war, satisfied by Voldemort's defeat or simply biding its time. Harry visited it occasionally, standing in the caverns where he'd first learned of its existence, feeling its awareness press against the bonds that held it. "You're still there," he said during one such visit. "We are always here," it responded. "We have been here since before your kind learned to speak, and we will be here long after you have returned to dust. Are you angry that I didn't open the door? No. You made the choice that aligned with your nature. We respect that. What happens now?" "Now." Something like laughter echoed through the ancient stone. "Now you live, young sovereign. You protect your castle and teach your students and build a world worth protecting. That is all any being can do. And you? We wait. As we have always waited. As we will wait until the end of all things." The presence receded. Harry climbed back up to the light. The years that followed were complicated. Harry rebuilt Hogwarts as a place of learning and safety, opening its doors wider than ever before. Muggle-born students were welcomed. House rivalries were tempered. The old prejudices that had festered for centuries were slowly, painfully addressed. He married Ginny Weasley. They had children, James, Albus, Lily, who grew up knowing they were loved, protected, valued. They ran through the castle's corridors like Harry had once run, discovering secrets and making friends and living the childhood their father had been denied. The wizarding world changed around them. The ministry reformed. The Wisengamot diversified. Old families lost power while new voices rose to challenge centuries of tradition. It wasn't perfect, nothing ever was, but it was better. Harry watched it all from Hogwarts, his home, his kingdom, his responsibility. And sometimes, late at night, he walked the ancient corridors alone. "Are you happy?" the castle asked during one such walk. "I think so." Harry smiled. "Is that strange? After everything that happened?" "Not strange. Earned." The castle's presence felt warm, proud. "You've come a long way from the boy in the cupboard. Thanks to you. Thanks to yourself. We gave you tools. You chose how to use them." Harry stopped at a window overlooking the grounds. The moon was full, casting silver light across the lake. Somewhere in the forest, creatures were stirring. And beneath his feet, deep in the foundations of the oldest magical school in Britain, an impossible door held against an impossible darkness. "I never asked for any of this," Harry said. "The prophecy, the power, the responsibility. I just wanted a place to belong. And you found one. Or perhaps it found you." The castle seemed to smile. "That's how it works, young sovereign. The magic doesn't give us what we want. It gives us what we need." "What did I need?" "A home. A purpose. A chance to become the person you were always meant to be." "And what about you? What did you need?" "Someone to speak for us. Someone to protect us. Someone who would love this place as much as we do." Harry touched the stone wall. Cold and warm at once. Ancient and alive. "I do love it," he said. "More than I ever thought possible." "We know." The castle wrapped around him one last time. "And we love you too, Harry Potter. We always will." He stood there until dawn broke, watching the sun rise over his kingdom. The war was over. The enemy was defeated. And the boy who'd slept in a cupboard had become a king. Not through conquest or ambition. Through love. The only magic that mattered.